Compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to different settings today.
Yes.
Got the cup of tea ready.
What kind of tea is it?
It's actually a Theraflu, dude. Battling a cold, man. Just like the Kansas City Chiefs and the Miami Dolphins this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
We're good. Nothing bad going on. Just a little sick.
Limping
Nothing
in the
too
work
big.
today.
We're all good here, man. It's that time of the year.
Yeah, it's,
You know
it's
what I mean?
winter, man.
Yeah, it's all good. Jerry Reynoso here with Zach Durham and Icy Matt.
Tight.
What a mighty ass. How you
I'm
doing, brother?
doing good. I'm doing good. Trying to survive out here, man.
Dude.
Seriously.
I don't know what it is. It's just whenever it gets cold, my nose gets stuffy, my throat gets sore. That's it though. But nothing Theraflu can do. And Theraflu tea, bro. Theraflu tea. Bro, if this was not medicine, if this was not medicinal and I can't overdose on this, bro, I would drink this on the daily. That's facts right there, bro.
What an ad transition that could have been.
Yeah, right.
Theraflu.
Yeah, Theraflu.
Fellas, we're pretty much winging it, chicken winging it here on this fine Friday, January 12th, 12 p.m. Now here live on 22 West Radio, 88.1 FM, HD3, KKJZ, Long Beach, Los Angeles. There's plenty to talk about here, especially not only in the sports world, but in the NFL world. If you want to talk about other sports, we'll tune in to the rest of the sports block here on 22 West Radio. After this, at 1 p.m., we have Footy Fridays to talk about all things soccer. At 2 p.m., we have Dunk Discussions, talking all things NBA. And at 3 p.m., talking things all MLB with Bruce Kuntz and Garrett Novak on Around the Bases. First.
Talk some NFL, man.
Talk
What
some NFL.
do you want to jump into?
I mean, the biggest thing right now is head coaching vacancies.
Yeah,
the
there's a lot
biggest
of them.
thing for sure is not only the departure of Bill Belichick from the Patriots, but his replacement.
Yeah.
You guys hear about that yet?
Yeah. Hiring Gerard Mayo?
Gerard Mayo.
Inside linebackers coach, not just linebackers
Not
coach.
just linebackers.
Inside linebackers
Inside
coach.
linebackers coach.
That's right, yeah.
And he is now the youngest NFL coach in the league at 37 years old. And I just saw something right now about they asked Sean McVay, how does it feel to no longer be the youngest? And he's like, I thought back, I was pretty young when I first joined the league, near 30 years old. And I spoke to Stan Kroenke about that. And he asked him, Stan, what the hell were you thinking? 30 years old, dude.
So a lot of poker chips in on me.
Yeah.
Most definitely. But what you guys' thoughts on that?
I mean, it's the Patriot way to, if they were going to replace Bill, they were going to do it internally. And obviously he's a guy that's very well respected, not just by Robert Kraft, but everyone else in that building. And I'm not a Patriot fan, but if I was, I think it's a home run hire. I think if you're going to change the culture, this is a good step in that direction.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see what they do going forward as far as what type of roster he wants to build and if he wants to go out and get a quarterback. I think they've got the number 3 pick on the draft, so it'll be, I mean, I don't know how much say he will have in their drafting. I know Kraft kind of has a lot to do with it, but obviously a guy like Bill Belichick, well respected. Those are the tall shoes to fill.
Oh, big time, dude. A guy who's been there for 24 years?
Yeah.
24 years with one team, dude. That's like a marriage.
How many AFC East championships did they win? It was like 21?
21.
Yeah.
Until
Bro,
Josh
that's
Allen
a
showed up.
crazy record,
That's ridiculous,
man.
dude.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to New England, the two names was Mike Vrabel and Josh McDaniels. So I'm surprised, really, that they went with not someone that we don't know, but like somebody that, I don't know, they weren't talking about when you're talking about head coaching jobs. But, New England's always the ones that want to step out the box, I guess, and be different. Like, they had a defensive coordinator be an offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
So it's like they want to be different. So,
But that's kind of what their, I guess, forte is to try new things and succeeding off of them. I mean, dude, you draft a tall kid from Michigan in the 6th round. Who knew he was going to win you 6 Super Bowls? You know what I mean? 7 Super Bowls, excuse me. So, I mean, is it right for us to question the Patriots?
So I'm saying the Patriot way.
You know what I
They
mean?
know what they're doing up there. You're definitely right. I think a lot of people are looking at Vrabel. I mean, that kind of looked like the
That
safe
makes the
bet.
most sense.
Yeah, it was a safe bet. If you were to put money on it, I think that he was probably the favorite to get the job. But, I want to know where he's going to end up going. Because it was weird that the way they parted ways with the Titans, because there was talk of him possibly trading his contract, or the Titans were going to trade his contract. I don't know how that works necessarily. Basically, you have to agree to be traded. Nonetheless, it'll be interesting to see where he ends up going.
Which I believe the only time a coach has been traded, as far as I know,
John Gruden.
John Gruden. Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, Matt. Sorry about that, bud. John
it is what
Gruden
it
to
is.
Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hurt me. I really like Mike Vrabel over in Tennessee. That was to me.
He shouldn't have gone.
Yeah,
fired,
I don't
man.
think he should have gone. That was a harsh fire right there.
They put all the blame on him. I guess. I feel like they put all the I mean, they only went had 3 losing seasons.
Yeah,
But
they were the number 1 seed last year.
yeah,
And
they were so good.
Yeah.
This team is one good quarterback away from being successful.
you also trade your number 1 wide receiver, because you don't want to pay him.
Yeah,
And it's like
exactly that.
And now Derrick Henry's gonna
Now
walk.
Derrick Henry's gonna walk too, dude, to Dallas. Nah, yeah, dude, it's weird. It sucks because that team is like one puzzle piece away from being good. You know what I mean? And now the puzzle pieces are being dismantled, and you can't really. It's a rebuild team now, which sucks.
Yeah.
This team is too far talented to be in a rebuild mode now.
I can't believe they beat the Chargers this year, man. That was tough.
I
Week
think
2.
we're okay though. Sorry.
Watching that game was tough, but yeah, I don't even know where Vrabel would end up going. There's a lot of vacancies in the NFL right now. I believe it's 8. Isn't there 8? Well, now 7 after Gerard Mayo just got hired. So 7. Yeah. This is probably like one of the craziest off seasons of head coaching in history.
yes.
Not just the names of the coaches, but just the amount. Like
The amount
this was
open.
the blackest of Mondays. Of the, you know what I mean? Like
yeah, the
everyone
postseason,
talks about Black
already
Monday.
getting ready for the next year.
This was a
First
dark
decision
Monday.
making, the guy at the helm is leaving.
Yeah.
And these are guys, not just anybody. You know, you think someone like Brandon Staley. If there was a point where he was going to get fired, if it wasn't during the season, it was at this time. And Brandon Staley wasn't a part of that list, fortunately, which is good, right?
Right.
But if it was to happen, the amount of people that are joining Brandon Staley on that list, Bill Belichick, Pete Carroll, Mike Vrabel,
Art Smith.
which
We kind of saw that coming. I think the way he got fired was
just funny. I think that was hilarious.
the way he blew up
Yeah.
on
For what,
Dennis
dude?
Allen.
Whether you won or lost that game, whatever,
Yeah.
whether you made the playoffs, you were done, dude.
Well, you know whose decision that was, right?
Jameis Winston.
Oh, no way.
Oh yeah, dude.
Break it down for me.
He audibled in the play call or in the
Oh,
huddle.
that's right, that last play.
He
Yeah,
audibled and it
of
was like,
course.
"We're getting Jamal a touchdown."
As you should.
Yeah, he's
As
been out
you
all
should.
year.
I don't have an issue with it. It's because you're division rivals. You're not supposed to like each other, bro.
Yeah.
It's
not all fun and
bare,
games.
Right, it's like bare minimums. Like it's football. At the end of the day, I get it. Like you're in victory formation, and then you're like, oh no, we're gonna score real quick. But y'all are division rivals. Like don't like each other. Like that makes
That's
the
how it's
game
supposed to be.
better.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I think if they lined up and ran a play don't line up in victory formation and just
Right.
ran a play, I think it would have been fine. It's just a very deceptive way of
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
it by lining it up like that. But
I like this note. Yeah, I like that though. Like you just cause more beef later. I like it.
I think Jameis Winston inserted himself into the NFL Culture Hall of Fame. with
No,
that move
facts.
right there. He already was in there.
Who
but
joins them there? Who's already in there with them?
Who's already in there? Wes Welker, just because why not?
Yeah.
Julian Edelman.
Julian Edelman.
Honestly, Jamarcus Russell, just for the fact that he lied about watching
Oh my-
tape.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, dude. Like
I mean,
I like
then
to say-
throw Johnny Manziel in there because he walked zero
Richard
tape.
Sherman.
Richard
I had to Rich Sherman in there. Who else would I
don't
say?
ever talk about me like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry,
man.
receiver like Crabtree. Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah,
Crabtree deserves to be in there too for snatching the chain. Whose
Yeah.
chain did he? Or was it
No,
his
no,
chain?
that
right?
that was a
Okay,
key
but
to
okay,
lead.
you know
Keep
that's a great-
Talib, he got his
That's a
chain
great.
snatched.
That's
Yeah.
a great discussion to have right now. Bolden,
Anquan Bolden.
Anquan Bolden,
Yep.
Jacoby
that dude was a
Jones.
stud.
That whole wide receiver core from Baltimore in
Yeah.
13. We have some people in the chat. Let us know how we thoughts here. There's a lot of things going on in the NFL. New head coaching spots available. Playoff picture. We'll get into that right now. But if you have any thoughts, let us know in the chat. We'll be here to read you guys off anytime.
What is the most attractive head coaching spot if you're like one of these head coaches that are looking for a new place?
You got something to say.
I'll be biased and I'll say it's the Chargers.
And I'll be non-biased and agree with you.
I mean, there's people that say, oh, their core is a bunch of 30-year-olds. But if you got a franchise quarterback like Justin Herbert, you got to take advantage of that.
Dude, the Chargers are like same thing with Tennessee.
Mhm.
I like to say, if anything better. They're in a much better position.
Much
than
better.
Tennessee.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how we lost to them.
Their
this year.
missing piece is a coach.
Yeah.
That's all they need.
And
is
it's
a
been like
coach.
that.
The whole, from the defensive end to the offensive end, dude. The team is in its. That's where it's supposed to be.
We finally have a kicker. You know how long it's been since the Chargers have had a kicker, dude?
Yeah.
Dicker the kicker,
I
man. Hook 'em
remember
horns.
that. I remember games like they play the Raiders and they'll miss one. I'll be like, yes.
No, look, go back to 2010. They had the number 1 offense, number 1 defense, 32nd special teams, and that's the reason they got out of the playoffs, or they didn't make the playoffs because of that. So, but yeah, I agree that all they need is a coach that knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
I mean, Kellen Moore's in there, and I think it was a weird first year for
I
him.
don't understand why he's not in the conversation of taking that position. Why is he not?
I don't think he wants to be head coach.
Like, it's him and Eric Bieniemy that's like, they're both always like circulating around head coaching jobs, but like,
You're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
him and Eric Bieniemy.
Nobody's like, oh,
Dude,
let me get him.
Bieniemy and Kellen Moore at the Chargers. That's like,
That's offensive, like,
dude.
Yeah.
That
But see,
is-
that's the
bro.
thing.
But with such a offensive heavy squad,
yeah.
you know what I mean?
No, the Chargers need to rebuild that team in the trenches. You need to draft some D linemen and some offensive linemen. You need to get some hard-hitting linebackers, a couple of safeties that can fly around other than Derwin James. Because right now, you keep Herbert, you keep Keenan Allen.
Yep.
Guys like Mike Williams, Eckler, Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, they're gone.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. We're not going to re-sign Mike. I think Joey Bosa is gone. I would like to re-sign Khalil Mack. I don't think it's going to happen. But really, the only guys that they're going to end up keeping are Herbert, Derwin James, Cameron Dicker, because the kicker, we finally have a good one, and then Slater at left tackle, and then Tuli Pelota out of USC, who had a great rookie year. That was the only bright spot of this team this year.
Kaylee says, big ups, Dicker the kicker for real. Hey,
That's
he pulled up, dude.
crazy.
Yeah, I did.
He whatever range it was, he pulled up.
Yeah, I did.
I think,
Ain't no Brandon Aubrey, but
Yeah, he didn't miss a single field goal this year, did he?
nope. Regular season.
But he missed 3 extra points. I saw that. He was
he's like, oh, day the playoffs coming.
Regular
Yeah,
season.
let me lock on some
Should we
wood
get
real
into
quick.
that? Should we talk some NFL, some playoff matchups?
You guys got any more head coaching spots you don't talk about? Hey,
I think Atlanta's.
I will
Yeah,
say.
let's talk about Atlanta.
Okay, let's talk about
Well,
Atlanta.
what are you
Yeah.
gonna say?
Yeah, I think Atlanta's attractive because like they got so many young pieces, and Arthur Smith got fired because he didn't use the young pieces. So I feel like if there's the right coach that's able to use those pieces, I think they're gonna be good.
He's
They
playing
should
with
be-
his food
Yeah.
too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I get it. People don't like peas and carrots touching their mashed potatoes, bro. But sometimes when you mix them up, it gets some flavor that you don't understand until you take a bite and
You
swallow.
ever
it.
had a good pot pie, dude?
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Don't
No.
tell me. Are you this? You don't save the crust for last, right? You eat it with it.
Yeah, of
What I'm
course.
saying.
Yeah.
I feel like Arthur Smith saves the crust for last. That was a
This is
problem.
so true.
He didn't know how to eat. You know what I mean?
I mean, somebody needs to come in there and be like, look, we got a freak athlete at tight end in Kyle Pitts. You got Drake London, who's a first-round wide receiver, drafted him for a reason. And then Bijan, top 10 running back.
Right.
Desmond Ritter's still questionable. I like to say.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to
But-
draft a quarterback. Here's what I told him before the show started. I said, if you're at the Atlanta Falcons, you're sitting 8th in the draft. The Bears are at number 1, but the Bears, nobody really knows what the Bears are going to do because they had a really good end of the season. They're keeping their head coach, Eberflus. They
But they
decided,
got rid of Getsy.
right. But as far as everyone's concerned so far, they're going to keep Eberflus. But I think if you're the Falcons, you trade the 8th pick to the Bears, and then the Bears go to 8, and because they have the 9th pick as well. So if you're the Bears, you get the 8th and 9th pick back to back. And then the Falcons move up to number 1, and they can take either Caleb Williams or Drake May, and then boom, there's your franchise quarterback.
I don't
Because
know
Ritter ain't it.
I don't know about Drake Mayo.
You don't know about Drake, man?
I don't know about him.
He's a good arm talent. It's just a matter of will it translate to the NFL. Because
He
Caleb
reminds-
Williams is a little too. I don't want to say he's a diva. I will say he's a bit of a diva, and playing at USC, all the spotlights on you, and I don't know. I will be impressed if he translates smoothly into the NFL, Caleb Williams, because I don't think his scrambling, crazy throw it behind the back,
Yeah, no.
make a
that's
play.
not-
That's not going to translate to the NFL.
exactly that. No, that's a one-time thing. And I mean, Mahomes, he took some time before doing all that stuff.
And
you
you
know
look
what
at
I
the
mean?
way he's been struggling this year.
Yeah, no, most definitely. There is one guy though that I'm gonna consider as a rookie entering into next season just because he was injured all year. That I'm super excited to see play this year. but because of how this other quarterback played, makes things a little bit shaky, and that's in Indianapolis. I'm really excited to see how Anthony Richardson is going to look this next season.
That whole division, though.
The whole division is
You
going to
have
be fun
Trevor
to watch.
Lawrence, C.J. Stroud, and Richardson.
Richardson, and then
Whoever comes in at
Tennessee's gonna
Tennessee.
they're going to figure it out.
They're
I
gonna
think they're
find
going to figure it
someone.
out. They're going to figure it out. Levis could be the guy. He just needs weapons. But they're going to figure it out for sure. But that's just that quarterback battle is just very, very intriguing for me. I mean, Richardson could stay. He could back up Minshew, or Minshew could take off to be a starter somewhere else, which I think he can be.
No,
I think that's the realistic case. I think
he
that's
could
what will
be.
happen. I think you keep Richardson. You drafted him 4th overall for a reason. You're not going to bench him
Right.
behind
Of course.
Gardner Minshew. I mean, Gardner Minshew's.
He's a good backup.
He's the greatest backup in the league right now. Like,
Over Carson Wentz?
oh yeah, 100%.
Carson, is he still playing?
Yeah, he's in the
with
Rams.
I'm
Right?
sorry, Carson Wentz. I'm sorry.
Did you see that? Super random, but did you see that video of who was it? They were playing. Somebody was playing against the Rams, and somebody goes up to Carson Wentz and daps him up, and he's just like, "You're the GOAT, man. You're the GOAT." And somebody was like, "Does he think that's Matt Stafford?" Like,
Oh, that's funny.
it was like,
That's funny.
yeah, because they're. I mean, Carson Wentz. Shout out for him getting that Super Bowl. Technically, Nick Foles got him that Super Bowl, but yeah, what a guy Carson
Yeah,
Wentz
most
is.
definitely.
One magical year.
Another quarterback that's leaving the NFL, retiring, Teddy Bridgewater, after this season. He's the backup for Jared Goff.
Yeah,
For the Lions.
So he's
That
still
was the
in it
last
right
team he
now.
was
He's
on.
still got a chance to get a ring under his belt, but that's a guy I really respect. I mean, people talk Louisville, they think Lamar Jackson, but they forget about Teddy Bridgewater.
Bro,
Teddy
was-
Bridgewater walked, so
Mhm.
Lamar Jackson could run.
no, this
So,
is true.
mad respect for Teddy Bridgewater.
I'll never forget that hit he took in the Fiesta Bowl against Florida.
He had a really good tenure in Minnesota, dude.
yeah.
It was going so good until he got hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And ever since then, it's just been
Teddy
like,
Two
and then-
Gloves, baby.
Yeah, and then Case Keenum had to pop off in the playoffs too, so kind of messed it up, dude.
What's up with Minnesota? Just like finding all these weird quarterbacks to ball out for them. Like
It's like the most random.
Josh Dobbs, they just trade for midseason, and all of a sudden he's winning 2 games for them, like without even knowing the offense.
Nick Mullins was
Nick
not too
Mullins,
bad.
he did okay.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy,
Kirk
but
Cousins,
Kirk
baller, but just
yeah, they turned him into like a franchise quarterback. I never thought I'd say it. I'm like, yeah, Kirk Cousins, above mid for once.
yeah.
He was looking like an MVP.
Kirk-
I saw him play in person this year. I
No,
went to
yeah.
that Week 3 game, Chargers
Yeah.
Vikings, and that was Justin Herbert's best day of his career. I mean, he was like 40 of 47,
And he lost.
and no, we won.
Oh, you guys won.
That was our
That's right.
first win of the season. And Keenan Allen had a career day. He had like 18 catches, 200 yards, and he threw a passing touchdown. But Kirk Cousins did everything he could to keep him in the game, no matter how good
Oh, yeah. I
and
remember
how
that
many
game.
records that the Chargers offense was breaking that day.
That game.
It was still a one-score game because of Kirk Cousins, and he was making 4th down after 3rd down, 4th down. So
Yeah,
he's
they-
a pro.
He's a game manager.
He's
for
a
sure.
pro. No, that's a
Yeah.
like he's well respected amongst the league.
Was he? I'm trying to remember. Because he has a very interesting career storyline. You know what I mean? He took over RG3. Right?
Well, they got drafted
Yeah.
in the same year.
Yeah, drafted in the same year.
Same year.
And then RG3 got hurt.
And then
And
he came in.
then he filled in for him. And then Washington and Jay Gruden, John Gruden's brother,
Yeah.
were playing RG3. And they went with Kirk Cousins. And then they
Man.
relegated RG3.
I mean, I'm happy for both guys because I was a big RG3 guy for sure. I mean,
Bro,
despite him playing in my own division,
Mhm.
that dude was. I
He was fun
loved
to watch.
seeing him
That
battle
he had a
in that
magical
wild card
year,
game
bro.
against Russell
Seattle.
Wilson.
I was gonna say
Seattle,
Both
bro.
rookies at the
Division
time, dude.
boom.
Yeah, that was a
I
fun
thought
playoff
he was
game.
the next up. He
Yep.
got injured, bro.
That
He was a
crazy,
right-handed
bro.
Michael Vick. He was a right-handed Michael Vick.
Yeah, exactly that. But I'm really happy where he's at right now, dude. I
Yeah,
mean,
people
he's-
forget he won the
Nah,
Heisman.
Yeah,
He's a
exactly
Heisman
that.
winner, dude.
He
Baylor.
was a
Yeah.
baller,
Dude, he
bro.
put Baylor
People
on
forget-
the map.
Exactly that. People
People
forget
don't-
Baylor was good at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, most definitely, dude. I mean, but I'm very happy for both of them.
Shout out Waco, Texas.
Yeah. He has a street named after him in Waco.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn. I did not go on that street. I've
I
only
don't
been
know
to
if we should
Waco
be proud of
once.
that or not, but
Dude, I'll tell you right, there's not much to do in Waco, Texas.
apparently there is.
I mean, if you get a street
Dr.
named
There's
after
Dr.
you-
Pepper.
yeah. Yeah. My question is, do you think RG3 is happy for Kirk Cousins, and vice versa?
I don't think he holds ill will.
Yeah. I
If
agree
he's
with that.
like, if he's the God-fearing man that he says he is, I don't think he holds ill will.
He's just such a nice guy, dude. Like, you see that story mid baseball season? He just goes to a Twins matinee game with his wife and kids and just sit like in the middle of like section 112. Right? Yeah. Like, he doesn't sit in a suite or a booth.
He's in a normal seat.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, I'm going to go with the common people.
Like, it's a normal day.
Yeah.
I love
it. And I'm like,
man.
I respect that for him. So I think that's just a testament of who he is as a person.
I gained a lot of respect for him when I started watching that quarterback show on Netflix.
Oh, 100%.
I gained a lot of respect for him, but lost so much respect for Mahomes during that show.
Yeah.
If you watch it, you know why. The dude is just obnoxious. Sorry, I don't roll with obnoxious people. Simple as that.
The downfall of Mahomes. I love
yeah,
it.
Man. Before we transition to playoffs and before we transition to the commercial break, one more thing I want to say, and I think it's very important. If you're a football fan, it's very important that you take the moment and appreciate this man for what he's done. Despite not being in the NFL, he had some tenure in the NFL, but despite most of his success not coming from the NFL, this guy put football into a pedestal that no other coach can put football on. When you think college football, you think of this man, and that man is Nick Saban.
Mm-hmm.
He has officially retired from the Crimson Tide, no longer a coach at Alabama. It's going to be weird.
It'll be weird.
Seeing him not coaching in general, I mean, it's just very strange, but...
and they have his replacement already.
You want to talk about that?
Kalen DeBoer. I just saw his right. It was like 104-12 as a head coach because he was at Fresno State before he went to Washington. But 4 days after losing to Michigan in the national championship, he's now the next coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
I like that pickup.
Yeah,
I really do, honestly. But people always think, what's next? Dude, sometimes you just need to sit in the moment.
Let it marinate.
Yeah, marinate, recognize what this guy has done. And so I want to take the time and with you guys and just think about what's your greatest Nick Saban memory you guys have.
Oh, I only have as a Texas fan, I have some bad memories against. Well, we beat him this year, but that 2009 Natty, where Colt McCoy got hurt in the first half. It was the first quarter.
Yep.
That was good. But that was always one of Alabama's best teams that they've ever had. Honestly, I'm gonna go with the interview where he's like, what was it? He's like, I'm not telling, so quit asking. Whatever it was.
Oh, yeah.
That's my favorite Nick Saban.
Quit asking.
He's like, it's not happening, so quit asking.
Dude, he's got
That's Nick Saban in a nutshell.
Yeah, my favorite Nick Saban moment is they lost the national championship. I forgot who they lost to, but Bryce Young was the quarterback, and they were at the podium. And before they left, he sat them both back down, and he said, he praised both of the players that were sitting next to him, and saying that these players, we wouldn't be here without these players. And I think, despite like all the rah-rah and the things that you might hear, like he's like good with the kids, and like he just shows that time and time again.
Yeah,
Yep.
he literally retired on, what was it, Wednesday? That he announced the news?
Yep.
And Thursday morning, he's in his office back at the football facility, and he's talking to recruits and players like, hey, you don't need to go transfer out. You need, like, just because I'm gone doesn't mean you got to no longer be a part of this program. And so I respect him for that. Just literally retired and then comes into work the next day.
There was one top recruit who transferred out.
Isaiah Bond,
Yeah.
the wide receiver.
Where did he go? Ohio State?
No, he is. Oh, you're talking about the center?
Yeah,
That's the center. The center transferred to Ohio State. But one of their wide receivers just announced that he's gonna go. Well, he was already there for a season or two.
Oh, so
he's gonna transfer. Yeah, he's transferring.
Yeah, man. I mean, go ahead.
Do you think the retirement has something to do with the NIL deals?
I think he just knew his time.
Dude, I mean,
he wants to enjoy the rest of his life.
What else you gotta accomplish? What is he? 74 years old?
72.
72?
He looks good for 72.
Oh yeah.
Especially how much stress that you go through during a football season, especially as a head coach.
This year, he went through a lot.
Look at that. So, let's talk about that. After that Texas loss, everyone was like, "Oh, this is not the Alabama team that we're used to seeing." And then they put up that 10-3 performance against South Florida, and everyone's like, "Oh, this really isn't the Alabama team that we thought they were." And then they just went on a run, won the SEC. It's like, how does he turn a team around like that? to be fair, I think the media is very responsible for how we perceive some of these teams, because obviously it's a very talented Alabama team. They didn't win the Natty, but that doesn't mean Nick Saban doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of this year, though, I mean, we were watching the Auburn game here.
Yeah,
That was lucky. I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah.
That was just so happened to happen, and that definitely altered their road into the playoff. But, I mean, it's just at the point where it's like, you hear critics. Critics are always going to talk, dude. You prove them wrong so many times, and then they're going to keep coming back saying, prove us again. I proved you wrong 7 times already with 7 national championships. What else I got to do? And I did it with 2 different schools. What else I got to do? You know what I mean? Yeah. I had my tenure in the pros earlier in my career, which for me was fascinating. I saw this tweet. It was funny to me, and it said, only the Browns can mess this up. And it was having 2 of the top coaches in their team, in their coaching staff. It was Nick Saban, a Browns jersey headset or Browns outfit headset. Right next to him, Bill Belichick. Both are gone now.
The 2 goats.
2 goats, man.
Went out on the same day.
Yeah.
They had a team back then with that. Like, they had a team, bro.
No,
Browns
most
were
definitely.
really good back then, bro. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's somebody I definitely respect.
Speaking of the Browns, can we talk about Joe Flacco?
What do you call him?
Joe Flacco.
Joey Cool.
Joey Cool,
bro.
bro. Joey Cool.
I love this Houston Texans team and C.J. Stroud just because Stroud carried my fantasy team this year. But I got to root for Joe Flacco and the Browns.
There's no way.
And I think if they win, they're going to match up against the Ravens.
That's, to me,
That was a beautiful.
That's
The script is scripted beautifully right there, dude.
like Safra strike my ass, dude. Like, no, they were riding during this strike, bro. This is going really good.
Tyreek Hill's going back to Kansas City.
Matthew Stafford going back to Detroit.
Yep, and then the rematch of the two blue bloods of the NFL in Green Bay and Dallas. Roger Goodell knows what he's doing, man.
W script, man.
W script. Shout out, Roger.
Yeah, shout out everybody. All right, with that, we're gonna take a first commercial break. We'll be right back here for more. Going for 2. We're gonna break down what's going on in the NFL playoff picture this weekend. It's wild card time. You ready?
Wild card time.
Let's go ahead and come back here after the break.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I send the payment to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly.
Your mic on. Get the right mics, right? We all good. All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to Going for Two here on 22 Radio. We have plenty to talk about, especially with the NFL playoff picture. And with that, we're going to bring it up here as well. We got a lot of fun matchups through here. Let me go ahead and set that up for you guys real quick, though. There you go. Boom. There you have it. Matt, this is what it looks like. How you feeling, brother?
Man.
It's going to be a fun weekend, right? Fun wild card. Any games that stand out?
This weekend, I would say more interesting one would be Kansas City and Miami. Then we have Detroit and the Rams would be a good one. And I think also be a good one is the Dallas and Green Bay. There's also a couple games that just gonna be cold just off the rip. Like Kansas City, Miami, that's gonna be below 0 degrees, and then we have Buffalo and Pittsburgh. That's gonna be very cold too. So hopefully they're gonna stay warm out there.
No, dude, I think that Kansas City game is gonna be negative 30 wind chill. I'm over here tripping out about 50 degrees over here, bro. Alright, we gotta fix that right now.
Nah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That's I could barely handle the weather out in California. I'm a California through and through.
No, most definitely.
This snow, if I ever dealt with snow, bro, I would pass out. There's no way I can do snow.
No, dude, I mean, it's going to be all cold. I mean, Kansas City's cold. We got Buffalo and Pittsburgh. That's gonna be freezing. I think they have 1 foot of snow there. It's gonna be ridiculous. And then Baltimore, when they get ready to go, they're gonna be cold as well. Houston is lucky that Houston there.
Yeah.
They would have been cold. So AFC is gonna be cold altogether. This NFC, pretty chill. Detroit, Dome, Dallas, Dome. They're in Texas. Tampa Bay, Philadelphia, they're in the open. But Tampa Bay, Florida should be fine. But this AFC whole matchup. Yeah, trying to identify if I'm still excellent here. Seems like we're about to be good. Am I good, y'all? Am I still echoing? That's so weird. Sorry, y'all. I wonder why. Music is off.
No idea. I think we thought it was Dax mic, but that's all.
Okay. No worries. All right, there you go. Maybe that helps. Go check. Main play was on. That probably helps out. But yeah, let's go ahead and look at this bracket once more, dude. I mean, what's the biggest game? I know weather is gonna be a huge factor. I mean, when you're playing in the cold, it's very hard to catch the ball. Your fingers gonna be super like stuck and whatnot, dude.
Especially if you haven't dealt with that.
Yeah, exactly that. So like teams like Miami, super sunny.
Right.
I think that stadium closes up as well when they want to. Yeah. So I don't know, dude. Houston, same thing. But
I think
usually when you think cold weather, they're gonna play the run game.
Right.
You know what I mean, right? And I think there's a lot of these teams that are gonna have to rely on their run game.
Yeah.
I mean,
Miami has the best run game out of all these teams, I think.
All these wild card teams, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking as well.
So, I mean, I think the best game really when it comes to back and forth might be Houston and Cleveland. I think that's going to be a surprise to most people. I think that's going to be very competitive.
That's I think
really.
To me, looking at this wild card bracket, that's the most even matchup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The most balanced matchup. Both teams are pretty identical. At the same time, they're not, but it's going to be a fun matchup. I might agree with you on that side. But that's on the AFC side. I definitely have Houston and Cleveland on my watch list for this weekend. On top of that, Detroit and Los Angeles.
Yeah, it's going to be a good game, too.
Yeah, like Zach was saying, dude.
Just
the
the
script writers,
storylines.
storylines are crazy, dude.
Crazy, man.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, go back. Matthew Stafford going back to Detroit. And then also you have Jared Goff going against his old team. And
the team that you went to the Super Bowl with.
Right. So, and they also won the Super Bowl without him, you know. So it's just like poetic. Is it going to be Jared Goff coming in and like, oh, no, we got the better team now. Let's beat you. Or is it the Rams like, nah, we traded you for a reason. Here's why, you know.
Exactly
so it's like that's going to be very interesting. I think there's an upset alert, though, on the NFC side. I think Tampa Bay, I think Philly is going to be on upset alert. Because they're on a downhill
downturn.
slide.
Jalen Hurts has a messed up finger. I don't know if you saw his finger, dude. They got popped. It was really bad. And he said, I think yesterday during midweek press conferences, he said that he hasn't thrown a football yet.
Yeah, that's not a good look.
Who is their
man.
backup? I'm trying to remember.
Philly's backup.
Who is Philly's backup?
It was Gardner Minshew last year, but he's in Indianapolis.
Can't remember.
I don't know.
But I wouldn't be surprised if they go with their backup.
Yeah.
Honestly, dude.
Yeah, I think
AJ Brown is hurt too.
AJ Brown's hurt.
It's a mess. It's a mess going down over there, dude. I mean
Tampa Bay might be able to get him. I'm so serious.
Tampa Bay though, they just have. It's just a connection between Mayfield
Yeah, they
and
got
Evans,
resiliency. Like seriously, like I mean, I think that just starts with Baker Mayfield. Like,
but Tampa Bay has been on a down spiral as well. They lost their last two.
Oh, they okay?
Yeah. So my thinking is, the team that's gonna win this game and go to the next round is a team that's gonna suck the least. Not the team that's gonna play the best, play the better. It's not the better team wins. It's the team that sucks the less wins. That's what I'm thinking. In all honesty, though, despite the injuries, I feel like Nick Sirianni and the Eagles will come out of this one. I don't see Tampa Bay as a threat at all. It's just the team that wins that matchup takes on San Francisco the next week. Now, the only team that has a chance on paper, injuries or not, the The only team that has a chance to take down San Francisco in the divisional round is Philadelphia. That's the only team I could think.
Yeah, even that is spooky.
Yeah, exactly that. But
Because Philly, they got what beat handily.
no, literally
So
against
yeah.
the Giants. That's the sad, and Cardinals, Arizona in the last 2
Mhm.
weeks. So that's the sad part. But yeah, dude. I mean,
what do you think about Dallas and Green Bay though?
Oh, brother.
Let's talk about it. You think Green Bay gonna upset? Like, you think it's a possibility?
Here's one thing I will say for sure. No matter what happens in this game, I will say Jordan Love is the franchise quarterback for Green Bay. He had a fantastic year, first time at the helm,
Yes.
taking over for Aaron Rodgers. And what I really like is that Aaron Rodgers communicated with Jordan Love throughout the season.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like he understands he's a successor. I don't have to play a role here,
Uh-huh.
but like you can tell Rodgers still has love for Green Bay. And I mean that's
Yeah.
where his home was.
But
for
it's
most of his career.
also a fact of Brent Favre didn't do the same thing,
Same
for,
thing
him.
for him. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Brent Favre was like,
Who was
you draft him?
Yeah.
Right? So he just left him behind, but Aaron Rodgers, so he did what he did. So he, you know what I'm saying? Like, Aaron Rodgers learned from that and he was like, nah.
I'm not trying to be like
And
that.
that narrative of like, oh, history's repeating itself. Oh, they drafted the quarterback and then Aaron Rodgers is gonna leave him behind like Brent Favre did. Nah, so he's just changing that narrative.
Mhm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So
No,
yeah.
exactly that. So I will say Jordan Love is for sure the franchise quarterback for Green Bay Packers going
Mhm.
forward. He had a great season. I mean, relax. They weren't Aaron Rodgers numbers.
Mm.
Those are some big shoes to fill. You're
Right,
not
no,
gonna
it
fill them in
is.
right away.
It is.
It's not like how, which is a very similar circumstance, but it's not like how Andrew Luck replaced
Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning.
Yeah, I mean, it
Peyton
was
Manning.
like,
I mean, it took Andrew Luck a little bit of time
right.
until we identified, dang, this guy is a real deal. And
Right.
unfortunately, he got hurt. He had to retire.
Yeah,
But Jordan
injuries.
Love is in pretty much the same boat. As long as he can stay healthy, he just has to go up.
Yeah,
There's no way he can come back down.
yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
He has all the tools, you know what I'm saying? Just experience, I feel like
Yeah.
as he goes on, he's just going to get better and better, really. What do you think Dallas has to avoid from getting upset this week?
There's two things, man. And this has been the problem all year long. First off, I wouldn't say the team has a sense of complacency, like they're overconfident or anything like that. I don't think that's it. They're confident, but I don't think they're too confident. You know what I mean? Like where it's too much. But there's two things that they struggled all year, and it's one, it's finishing. You know, yeah, they are on the stat page. They're one of the top 7 teams in red zone offense, but those stats pile up when they play against teams that weren't that good. You know what I mean? Especially that stretch where you play Washington, New York, Tampa Bay. I think they played them one time this year. No, they didn't play Tampa Bay. Excuse me. Seattle should have been a game where they should have just ran off, but Seattle surprised them. So it was like midweek in the season where they just had 40-point games one after another. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's where their stats were padding up. But when the matchup is even, or when they play a team that's, you know, a playoff team for sure, that's when the finishing lacks. You saw that against Detroit. That fumble, I mean, which is, of course, it's a dumb rule, but that fumble shouldn't have happened. You got to finish the play. You got to execute the way that you draw it up. So finishing, that's one thing I'm worried about. And I'm going to put it into one because it's the same thing in a way, but just different areas. It's just rushing, whether if it's rushing offensively or the rush defense. Those are the two things I'm afraid of. I'm not saying that Green Bay can do anything with Aaron Jones, which they could. They for sure could.
Mm-hmm.
Most definitely
Nah,
could.
Aaron Jones had
Aaron
a couple
Jones-
of four touchdown games.
Yeah, he is not a guy to underestimate. But I'm more worried about the running backs that we'll face if we win this game. Someone like David Montgomery, someone like Jahmyr Gibbs, someone like Kyron Williams, Christian McCaffrey. You know what I mean?
Swift.
DeAndre Swift. So those are the two things I worry about. Dallas could win this game for sure. but it's moving forward. That's what I'm worried about. So what can we learn from this game? If we win, what can we carry out positively going to this next matchup? I need a win with like a statement, confident like a momentum booster, dude. Not a close matchup. I need a blowout. That's my thinking, dude. You know what I mean? That's what I need, bro. I can't be like, whoo. We made it barely, but we made it. Woo, that was a close one. All right. Nah, dude, I need a. We knew we were gonna make it. We're gonna make the next one too. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, what a good storyline would be though. Detroit versus Dallas in the second round. Just because what happened a couple weeks ago with the referees, and they're like, oh, that would be a good storyline around two.
It'll, yeah, no, most definitely, and it'll be in Dallas again if that happens. So, yeah, man. I mean, it's very tough to say.
They got a chance.
Mm-hmm.
They got a chance.
Now I'm looking at the seeding. If the winner of Tampa Bay and Philadelphia would play, I believe it's Detroit. No.
San Francisco's going to play the lowest seed. So that means if Green Bay will win against Dallas, they'll go. But if Dallas wins and Detroit loses, the Rams will play San Francisco.
So my thinking is, if Tampa Bay wins,
right,
and Detroit wins,
right,
and Dallas wins, Dallas plays Tampa Bay.
And
Detroit plays San Francisco.
Yeah. To avoid Detroit in the second round.
No, I'm sorry. I'm wrong on that. There's a whole lot of mix-up, bro.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I think Detroit would play Dallas, like you said. And then Tampa Bay will play San Francisco. It's tough, dude. It's a tough weekend. It's a fun weekend for sure. But for you, dude, I mean, what's that matchup in the NFC that you're looking forward to this weekend?
This weekend, say Detroit and the Rams.
Sunday Night Football. Which it deserves to be on that spotlight.
Yeah.
Dude. That game deserves the whole...
I think it's going to be electric, bro. I think Detroit's going to show up. Like...
They've always been, bro. That's such a loyal fan base, dude.
Yes.
People don't understand.
Yeah. Look, you could always know some of fans' loyalties because you could tell what fan base they on. Cause like if you're connected to a fan base that's always losing and they finally win, you know that pain of and you know that jubilation. So I mean, like as a Raider fan, I'm waiting on our turn. You know what I'm saying? I'm waiting for that Raiders being one of these brackets, and I really hope it's gonna be next year. But yeah, Detroit and the Rams, the story is there. It's like a WWE story right now.
No,
like really.
Yeah.
So I think Detroit is gonna, I think they're gonna cheer Matthew Stafford when before the game starts, and then as soon as the game starts,
it's over, dude.
Yeah.
No, sorry, bud.
Yeah.
Love you, but
we love you.
But we got a chip to win ourselves.
Right.
We already got a chip, bro. With the wrong team.
Right.
No, I agree with you, dude. And there is that rumor of a ban, which I think is true, to be honest. I'm just gonna go with it because it makes sense. But Lions fans can't wear Stafford jerseys in the stands during this game.
Oh, they banned it?
They banned it.
Okay.
I'm waiting to confirm it. I'm waiting to confirm it. I'm trying to find out if that's true or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is. You know what I mean?
they're like, bro, no, we here to win. Like, we ain't here
there
for all the kumbaya.
There's gotta be more golf jerseys than Stafford jerseys for sure, dude, because this guy is turning up, dude. And yeah, bro, I'm just really excited for this playoff picture overall. I mean, there's some teams where it's just like, let's get them out of the way already. Let them lose already. Let's get the blowouts over with. I'm looking at Buffalo and Pittsburgh, dude. Pittsburgh not doing anything.
Yeah, Pittsburgh snuck in there for sure.
Tampa Bay, I don't think they're gonna do anything, dude. They won because they're in there because of a crappy division. So that's my only thing, dude. I mean, I hope they prove me wrong. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hope they knock out San Francisco in the next round and we play them in the championship. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
yeah,
That's so
you know what I mean?
crazy. You're like, I need the easy way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
But nah, dude, it's a fun weekend. That's
Yeah.
all you can say to it, and it's very hard to make predictions. But
Yeah.
there's a lot of what ifs in this scenario, and it's all gonna come down to moments, dude. And that's the beauty and misery of this sport, bro. There's always two sides to it. Someone's gonna be sad, someone's gonna be happy, but the way
Always.
that it gets there is just, how did this happen? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And we're gonna experience six ways of that this weekend, starting with the wild card round. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm nervous for Dallas. I'm nervous just because it's playoffs. I mean, haven't been done anything since the '90s, and
And Green Bay and Dallas in the playoffs hasn't gone well in
yeah,
the past couple
in
years.
the past decade, I like to say,
Yeah.
dude.
Or
This-
the la-
and
yeah.
I talked about it in the show a couple weeks ago. This is
Mhm.
the only time I would like to play Green Bay in the first round. Only time.
You don't got to see Aaron
I don't
Rodgers.
want to see Aaron Rodgers against us no more. You know what I mean? So that's something that I'm looking forward to. Not really much left to talk about, dude. It's just gotta wait and see it unfold. And next Friday we're gonna have a lot to talk about then, dude,
Yes,
because
we do.
we're gonna have so much reactions on what's going down with this wild card round. I like to think more head coach vacancies will be filled up by then. And speaking of which, on that, not NFL news but college football news, they have confirmed that Washington's Kalen DeBoer agrees to a deal to become the next head coach at Alabama and continue the legacy there. Will he do anything? We'll have to wait and see on that. But the fact that they already got a replacement for Saban is pretty
Yeah,
crazy.
I think it's always crazy in college, like how quickly head coaches move from one team to another.
Yeah, players as well.
Yeah.
As soon as that portal's open, they're like, I'm putting my name in there.
Yeah. I mean, isn't there new rules where like it's like a year-to-year basis now? Like you could transfer as soon as like.
I have no idea. But it's weird.
Yeah.
Coaches are like, oh, I'm not going to coach this game because they got an offer from another school.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's a bowl game, bro. You still got to play a bowl game. What are you doing? You can leave your team hanging, and they do. And, like, it's okay.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me. So that's going on in the college football world. Put us back here. Yeah. It's just a lot of fun things going on this weekend, man. I'm excited. I'm excited to just get the ball rolling. Ready for the balls to be snapped. I'm ready for the balls to be thrown, catches be made, bro. It's going to be exciting. Next Friday's show, I'm excited because now it's just waiting to see what happens. Can't really preview what happens and review what happened this past week because, like, we already moved on from that, dude. Like, I get it. Colts, Texans, that happened. Miami, Buffalo, that happened. Fun games happened. But I'm ready to move on to the next thing, which is playoffs. You know, but once the last season happens, it's like, all right, final division's clinched. Jacksonville choked. Oh well,
Really choked.
really choked. You know, and because of that, Houston won the division somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Houston won the division somehow, but is it a surprise? Really? Not really. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm ready to get the ball rolling, and I mean, with that, dude, you got any final thoughts on this weekend?
Yeah, when it comes to the playoff, this is why all these teams, you know what I'm saying, hurt their bodies and put their bodies through all this torture for this moment right here to get to that Super Bowl. And, like, things going to get tense and there's going to be a lot of big plays and unexpected moments to happen in these playoffs. And, like, that's the exciting part about it.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be crazy because, I mean, the 7th seed could win. Like,
Yeah.
it might be unexpected, but, like, I mean, before it went to the 7th seed, the 6th seed, a couple of 6 seeds had won the Super Bowl before. So, I mean, that's why it's 0-0 right now for every team. You know what I'm saying? One game you could get, you could get lucky and, you know, move on to the next game. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like the NBA where it's like, 7-game series.
No, it's a
So
one and done, bro.
Right. It's
That's what I'm
like
saying.
one
you
and
gotta
done.
stick glued to your chair and find out exactly what happens. Dude, you can't wait. Oh, we messed up this one. We'll try again game
Right.
2. Nah, bro.
Nah.
It's a one and
That's
done.
why
And
it's
that's
so
what makes it
tense.
exactly that. Looking at this playoff picture, I like to say this is probably one of the best playoff pictures that I've ever seen in a long time, bro.
Yeah, because I think the teams are so close.
Yeah, it's so even
That's
matched
why,
up, dude.
like,
So I
a lot
think
of
it's safe
teams
to
are so
say that
close.
we're gonna get a really good Super Bowl this year, no matter who makes it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Because there's previews where it's like, man, freaking the Rams made it with Jared Goff versus Tom Brady. This is like,
Yeah.
sound like a snooze fest. It was.
It was.
It was. 13 to
bro.
10, are you
It
kidding me?
was, bro. It was.
But, nah, dude, this is going to be a fun year. A year where Kansas City is a 3 seed is not playing like a 3 seed.
Nah.
Miami is a 6
They
seed.
snuck in there.
They're not playing as 6 seed, you know what I mean? There's a
Yeah.
lot of, these guys are all in there. And there's certain seeds, but they don't belong there.
Mm-hmm.
They're there because of a record, but
Right.
play-wise, they're much better than a 2 seed, a 1 seed, or a 3 seed, you know what I
Right.
mean? So
And
I'm
it
just
could
overall
hurt them
excited.
too, though. Like, the record could hurt Miami, and the record could hurt Philly, or you know what I'm saying? Because the things that you do in the regular season, could come back and bite you.
Yep.
Because the seating you're in, and the position that you're in.
Yep. Well, that'll do it for us here on Going for 2 on 20 Twist Radio. Thank you for joining us. Jerry Reynoso, Matty Ice over
Yep.
here. We'll see you guys next Friday. But up next on 22S Radio, Footy Fridays with Zach Durham and Desi Lopez. Stick around for that. We'll see you guys next time.
Peace.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. Hundred only, you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to advances. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I send the payment to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Footy Fridays. Me and Zach Durham here. Thank you guys for joining us again. If you just joined us from Going for Two, great show there. Join us on 22 West Radio. Download our app if you haven't. Make sure to do that. App's great. And Zach, how you been, man? It's been a week.
Been a week. I can't believe it's already episode 11.
Yeah.
It's
It's flying, man.
Spring semester's about to start.
A lot of stuff to talk about on Footy Fridays too. That's another conversation. Yeah, that's a.
It's been a busy January transfer window so far. I think we just get right into this.
Yeah. What do you want to go? What do you want to do first? I know there's a lot of Premier League specific transfers, but is there anything outside of the Premier League that you've been looking at?
Well, I was telling you about Barco.
Yeah,
That guy
that's right.
From Boca Juniors
Mhm.
that just signed to Brighton. There's the transfer market released an article, and they're comparing him to Marcelo. This guy's only 19 years old.
Oh man.
Because he plays the same position.
Right.
But $10 million release clause for a 19-year-old, and they're already comparing him to Marcelo. So this guy's got to be something special.
I hate comparisons like that though. It's just like, it just kind of rubs me the wrong way every time. I just don't like to think about other players when I'm comparing him to a young player. It's just, I don't know.
Will it be better than Destiny Udogie?
Oh man, come on. That guy's a stud. He's a stud.
No, but it's a good signing for them. I don't know what Brighton are. Their scouts are just like
Something else, man.
overtime. Like, do they have some sort of like contract incentive to like find just like I don't know how they do it.
I feel like there's a team like that in every league though. Like you have in the Bundesliga, Dortmund just find crazy players to develop.
You got Sporting in Portugal.
Exactly. Well, maybe not. Recently,
They're still
they've done a good job.
Youth Academy.
But yeah, exactly. Their youth academy is crazy. Yeah, but a lot of transfer stuff. I don't know if there's a specific a team or league that you've been looking at in terms of who they want to pick up, but I know that there's a lot of Premier League teams that are trying to make a splash in this transfer window.
Yeah, I mean Spurs have really been the only one to do anything.
Oh yeah, I think that surprised everybody too because they're not usually a team that's like early in the transfer window. I would say they're not usually a team that's very aggressive.
They got a head start. They jumped out. They got a head start. So, I mean, right off the bat, it started with Timo Werner. Signed him for a 6-month loan deal, and option to buy at the end of the season for $17 million.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to trigger that regardless of how the season ends.
Well, because I mean, when you think about their attacking presence right now, with Son gone at the Asian Cup, with Papsar gone. Basuma's, I think he's also gone as well.
Yeah, well, he's suspended.
Oh
even
yeah,
if he
well yeah,
wasn't.
he's suspended too. But I mean, when he does come back, he'll probably be away for his national team. But yeah, I think I told you off camera before we started that I was a little surprised at the aggressiveness for an attacker. With their, I mean, they have a pretty decent attacking depth, I would say at least.
Under Postecoglou, they've
Yeah.
scored in every game that they've played.
Exactly, and I think that a lot of their attacking issues have come with the playmaking, and when Madison's been out, they haven't had the same kind of aggressiveness.
Yeah.
Even though they've been able to score, but I was just a little bit surprised that they were aggressive on an attacker, even though I'm very happy about the signing, and I like the signing, and I think it's a good thing for the team.
And it was a bargain. I mean, to only get him on loan with the option to buy, and if they do want to buy him, it's only $17 million. I mean, that's pretty cheap considering this guy. And it's good that he has some Premier League experience. He played at Chelsea for, it was a little over a season, right?
Yeah.
Or was it just one season?
Yeah, I think it was a season and a half or something like that.
Yeah, well, it was the year they won the Champions League.
That's right, yeah.
And what's crazy is that front three all on Premier League rivals now, no longer on Chelsea. You got Timo Werner for Spurs, Kai
That's right.
Havertz is at Arsenal.
That's right, the Mason Mount.
And Mason Mount's at Man United.
That's crazy.
So that entire front three is gone.
Wow. Yeah.
But
Man.
yeah, it started off a good transfer window for Tottenham because center back was the priority, and they got their guy.
We talked about it last week. There were a few guys that
He
we
was
thought
on our
about.
watch list
He
this
was on our
week.
watch list. Yeah, we talked about Tadibo, who I think is probably out of the question now that we've
Yeah.
signed a pretty decent center back, I would say. But yeah, Radu Dragusin, the Romanian international from Genoa. He signed the he's official. He's in contention to play this week.
Till 2030.
2030 exactly. And this guy's only 21 years old.
Yeah, he's 2
21
years younger
years
than Todibo, so that's
Exactly.
something to consider.
Exactly. So he's a young guy. He helped Genoa promote last season because they were in the second division in the Serie A in Italy. So
Yeah, he's a stud.
big signing there. He's a stud. He's going to be a big presence in the back line. And I was thinking about it too. He is versatile. He doesn't just play center back. If Van de Ven and Romero come back and they're studs and they don't get injured, and someone else goes out, Pedro Porro, God forbid he goes out, Udogie, whatever the case, he can play left back. He can play right back. He can
Exactly.
be versatile,
And
that's
he's
what I like
scored
about him.
goals. I believe he has 6 goals
Oh yeah,
since going back to last season. So
he's crazy in the box.
yeah, and I'm just glad because Bayern Munich were very close to hijacking the deal.
I heard about that.
I think the discrepancy was the initial. It was 25 million plus a $5 million in add-ons
Right.
plus Jed Spence on loan, and then Bayern Munich came in last minute. It was we'll just give you $30 million straight up. But I think he was already verbally agreed to go to
Tottenham,
Spurs,
yeah.
and he wanted to stay loyal to that. So I respect.
Oh,
that.
yeah, 100%,
He's already a fan
100%.
favorite for that.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so Spence goes over to Genia, and then Bayern Munich did end up signing a center back.
English international.
They got
Another
Eric
one.
Dyer,
Yeah.
which I'm sad that he's gone. He's kind of a club. I don't want to say club legend, but he's important for that.
I want to say he was the most tenured player after Harry Kane.
Yeah,
for
he was.
a long time.
He's been there for 11
yeah,
years.
he's been there for a long time. So sad to see him go, but he was out of favor. We had Emerson Royale playing center back instead of Eric
Over
Dyer.
him,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, over Eric Dyer. So.
But I'm happy for him that he's reunited with Harry Kane.
Oh, 100%.
Him and Harry Kane can kind of
Be some friends over
for
there
them.
in-
Yeah,
in Germany.
reunited.
Oh yeah,
It
100%.
feels so good.
But I would, I'm happy that Dragusin has been integrated into the team.
And so, do we think he's gonna
And
go
I was
right
going
into
to say,
the lineup?
we can get into our predictions for this lineup because we'll talk about it. I guess we can do the Premier League now since we're already on the
Yeah.
transfer targets. But
Well, before we do that, I do want to talk about Jadon Sancho.
okay, yeah.
Because, I mean,
I agree.
March 2020, this man's market value was 130 million. I mean, this is right before COVID hit,
Yeah.
so the world looked a lot different back then. But he was only 19 years old, and he looked like the next big thing. And now he's only worth 25 million, which is that's quite a discrepancy. But he's going back to Dortmund, where it all started. So I think it's perfect for him to kind of not only help Dortmund, who, I mean, they're in the Champions League. They're playing, who are they playing? I forgot. PSV. I believe they're playing PSV.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think that sounds about right.
But they're 5th in the Bundesliga right now.
Right.
So not only is he going to help them out, but it's the perfect homecoming for him in his career because
Yeah.
he's still so young, and he just needs to be in an atmosphere that where he can thrive, and he wasn't doing that in Man United.
No, yeah, we talked about this, last week, a few weeks ago. Like, we've been continuously talking about him leaving Manchester United and how good that would be for him. And I think that's like one of the best things for him at this point, just because like nothing was happening at Manchester United. Like he was not happy there. Obviously, there was a conflict with the manager Ten Hag.
Yeah, he was getting less minutes than Anthony.
Yeah, exactly.
What has he done this year?
I mean, with the price tag that they paid for him and the quality of player that obviously he still is, I don't think he's lost anything. I just think he was in a bad situation. And I think going back to Dortmund, going back to Germany where it all started, I mean, I just don't think it could go. I mean, I hope it doesn't go wrong.
It makes too much sense.
It just makes too much sense.
Yeah.
Like he would be too comfortable back in his home, in his first club, I guess you could say, where he flourished. So I'm happy for him there. And I think, I don't think it's a loss for United. I don't think he was too big of a presence there, unfortunately. But
yeah, they're lost is a good word to describe Man United right now.
They're lost.
They don't really seem to have a direction that they want to go in. And I was talking about it with Jerry yesterday because this new financial takeover of ownership and who has a say in the players that are coming in and out. That's all they want to talk about. He's like, why is that the narrative? Why can't the narrative be we're trying to build something after a couple of down years here in Manchester, but why can't we move on from the headline of like this guy comes in and he's making the decisions? It's like, well, what decisions is he going to make?
Yeah.
So I can feel the frustration for him and other Man United fans. Shout out Beto and Maher, a couple of regulars on Footy Fridays.
Big matchup this weekend. We'll see what happens in that game. But we'll get into some of that in a moment. But yeah, I think Jadon Sancho, I'm happy for him. I think he's gonna, be a big presence for Dortmund. And I think, I don't know. I don't think there's a situation where he doesn't at least improve a little bit. So we'll see what happens.
It's a good situation for him. Like I said, I think both sides of the party, or both parties, should I say, are going to benefit, the team and the player.
Oh, yeah.
I'll definitely be rooting for them going forward because he just looks like, you could see the way he was talking with his former teammates, like right when he got into the locker room.
Oh, yeah.
Marco Royce comes right up to him and he's just like, come here, bro. Like that's a bromance right there.
100%.
And that's just beautiful to see.
I think it might beg the question, too, that when the initial transfer happened, when he first went to United, like, what was the culture like for him? Where did it all start? Where did it all begin? I feel like that's a big question that people should want answered.
Well, and for him, he's representing England. He plays for under Southgate and plays with all the guys that he's been playing against. It's just he hasn't really been able to thrive in the league that his teammates for England are.
Yeah.
So I think for him personally, he probably has to feel gutted that he's still so young, but to this point, his career in England has not worked out the way it has in Germany.
Yeah.
So. But he's still only 23 years old. Which is crazy.
That's so crazy, man.
It's crazy.
We're talking about him like he's a seasoned vet. Like he's been around the league for so long. Like 23 years old
he's only 23.
is crazy. So he's got a long time to play. He's got his whole future ahead of him, I can say. But yeah, excited for him. But speaking of United and Tottenham, we've talked a lot about them today. But big matchup this weekend. These two clubs go head to head, and we talked about a little bit who we think is going to start for Tottenham, who we think is going to get the minutes at center back, who we think is going to get the minutes up top. And I'm curious to know exactly what your prediction is, because I know we've speculated a little bit, but like if you were to say this is what's best for the team, this is what the team is going to do to win, what would your pick be?
If I had to pick the lineup, I would obviously, you got Porro and Udogie at fullback, but if with Romero he's probably not going to play on Sunday, so I think you throw Dragusin in there. At first I was thinking maybe it's not enough time, but he's been playing for Geneva. It's not like he's unfit.
No, he is. Yeah.
I think he'll have a full day of practice and training today, and then maybe a half day tomorrow, just so he doesn't overwork himself. I don't know. I genuinely don't know how because in the NFL, the day before your game, you really don't even practice. You're just doing walkthroughs.
Yeah.
So today for him, if the game is on Sunday, will be his day of practice, and I think he's going to be working extra to kind of get into football shape.
Oh yeah.
And But yeah, so I think him and Van de Ven get
Van
the
de Ven's
start.
back.
It's good. It'll be good to see him come back.
100%.
But
I'm a little concerned about. Well, I'm not concerned, but
you don't want to overwork him.
exactly. And I think Dragusin, I think he's going to play in some capacity. Whether he gets subbed on for somebody, could be Van de Ven. Since Van de Ven's been injured, I think he might come off at some point. Van de Ven.
And Davies will probably get some minutes if he's healthy.
Davies going to get some minutes. So I'm concerned, or I'm not concerned, but I'm curious to see exactly what the tactics are
Yeah.
from Ange and what he wants to do with these guys. Because I know Dragusin, I hope he gets minutes. I want to see him play.
And Ange we trust, man.
And Ange we trust, exactly.
But up front, I don't know if Timo Werner gets the start.
Right.
I think he will get some minutes off the bench.
Yeah.
In an ideal world with no Son, obviously, I would like to see Johnson on the left, Kulusevski
On the right?
Lo Celso in the
In
middle.
the middle? Okay.
And then Richarlison up front.
Right.
But now that I'm thinking that,
Who
you
you're
could
playing?
do Kulusevski in the middle,
Okay.
Brendan Johnson on the right, Richarlison on the left, and Timo Werner up front.
So drop
Drop
Lo
Lo
Celso?
Celso, and then have him
That's
come
what I was
off-
thinking too.
and then have him come off the bench,
Yeah.
which I wouldn't be upset with that either.
Well, because I don't know if Lo Celso is like unfit or if I feel like he sustained some kind of injury.
He got a knock in that Burnley game.
That's right.
He got a knock in that. It was
So-
his knee, but
If
it's
they're-
not like a serious injury
Yeah,
or anything.
yeah,
But
okay.
I think with that lineup, in defense, it allows you to kind of sit in a 4-4-2. You can have Richarlison and Werner just sit up front.
Yeah.
But that's not really the Tottenham that we've seen recently under Big Ange.
I was gonna say.
It's not a counter-attacking team. Like
Yeah.
he wants to control the ball. He wants to dominate possession. It's not all about just sprinting past the defense, like we've seen under Mourinho and Conte. Where it's just spring your forwards up after we win the ball back.
Well, I was gonna say. Speaking of that, I don't know if he's gonna push to have Richarlison and Werner on the pitch at the same time
I
because
agree.
they're very similar. Like, not very similar, but I feel like they play a similar style up front when they're attacking. So it might be. I don't know what he's gonna do. I'm excited.
I'm excited.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Game's at
That's why
8:30 on Sunday. I'll be up for it.
Yeah, that'll be at Old Trafford.
Well, yeah, Old Trafford.
So I don't know what Man United has not been very good at home this year.
No, they
have not been crazy at home.
Yeah,
I find it.
We'll see what they can do. I think. I want to say they aren't in good form right now. Yeah, they've lost 3 of their last 5, but it's always up or down with them for me. I can see it going either way for them. Whether they play a great game one day, and they just kind of struggle, meandering there on the pitch one day. But you can say that for a lot of teams. So
Yeah. At home, I'm sorry. Where does it go? At home, Manchester United have 6 wins and 4 losses, 0 draws.
Interesting. Well, I mean, they're going against a Tottenham team that has lost a very significant amount of their top players, but
They're coming
they're
back.
coming
soon.
back.
And
So
yeah, Madison's supposed to come back in a couple weeks.
he is supposed to come back. And
So-
you know what? With all these transfers and all this like talk about new players coming in, I mean, they got the depth now.
Yeah.
In my opinion, like they have
And
what
I
they
don't think-
need.
I don't think they're done making signings.
No,
either.
yeah, I agree. I think they're. I mean, what they might need now is just some younger guys.
Yeah.
Because I know some of their younger talent that come off the bench late in games, like Brian Gill, the Spaniard, or Veliz, I think he's injured now. He got injured in one of those games
Yeah.
that he came in. But I think some of those guys, like, it's good for them to be on the bench or come in certain games. So I think some younger guys that they can bring in, like Dragusin, but who might not get minutes.
Yeah.
But I agree. I think they're not done making signings, so I'm excited for that as well.
And I'm excited for the other big matchup this weekend for the Premier League. Man City and Newcastle. Newcastle really, they've been slipping a little bit, but they still have the potential to upset a team like Man City. Who do they have De Bruyne back yet?
I want to say they do, but I could be wrong. So we can probably double check on that.
Well,
but
they have a predicted lineup, and I don't see him in it. They do have Rodri back. So they
Rodri,
were
yeah.
missing him.
Okay, well that's.
Either way, City are going to be City. Let's be real. They're always going to.
I just
involve
hope
themselves.
at some point Newcastle can find some form, like somewhere. They just took a 3-0 win over Sunderland in the FA Cup, unfortunately for Sunderland. But like, I mean, as that is a result that you want, you want to beat teams in the FA Cup, you want to get results. Like, I want to see some form in the Premier League. I want to see them compete against some teams. Like if they drew Newcastle, or if they drew Man City, 1-1, 2-2, whatever the case. Like if they put up a competitive game, Like, that's just something you can build off of.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you start with if you're in bad form.
Well, we talked about it last week that they're down so many first-team players.
Yeah.
I mean, Tonali, we all know what happened with him. I didn't realize Nick Pope had a dislocated shoulder, so he's going to be out until, it says, early April. So they're going to be out with him for a while.
Yep, back up.
But they're still missing 2 starters in Callum Wilson and Matt Target, a forward and a striker and a left back. Harvey Barnes, too.
Callum Wilson's out.
Yeah, I mean.
Talked about that.
I think once they get back to their full strength, they can find that form a little bit. But like you said, a draw against Man City could kickstart that.
I think it's even like you don't even have to gain points. Like if it's a competitive matchup and you lose by a goal, if you're competitive in the game, I just feel like that's a game changer for your club.
Well, they're fully in the mix if they're trying to compete for Europe. They're going to have to figure it out. Right now, they're 10 points out of 5th place.
But as we've seen with some of these clubs, it can change in an instant.
Yeah.
Like you can fly up the table if you just start getting consistent results. And you saw that with Aston Villa. Like look where they're at right now.
Yeah.
They're 3 points behind Liverpool for the top number 1 spot in the Premier League. So things can change very quickly if you just start gaining some points, getting some results from your games, from your big games too.
Yeah.
Especially games like Manchester City where you need to, pull all the strings together.
Man City just when you think like, maybe this isn't their year, maybe they're not same team. That's like, come on, let's be realistic.
Man. Just because they lose some players and it's like, well, they're a different team.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a different team without their best players. I mean, a lot of teams are going to struggle a little bit when their top guys are out. But with that being said, I agree. Manchester City has always been, for the last few years at least, a juggernaut. But I want to see Newcastle get some points here.
Yeah.
I think they can. I think they just need to, do some kind of change within their tactics or I don't know what it is.
And I know this isn't Premier League related. This is more FA Cup, but you saw who Tottenham drew against, right?
Yeah.
That'll be, what's the date today? The 12th. So that's in 2 weeks from today.
Right.
It'll be on the 26th.
That's
against Man City.
Yeah.
But it's at home. Pep Guardiola and Man City have yet to score a goal in the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in 5 attempts. They are 0-5 and have been shut out all 5 times.
Well,
so I'm just going to put that on the waves.
Keep that streak going, I hope. I mean,
yeah, and I think by then you'll have Romero and
Van de Ven
and Madison. Madison back.
Okay, well, yeah, Madison.
You'll have a full.
We'll
have full strength by then.
That's true. Just without our, top striker Son. I mean,
Son,
at that point, will he be back?
No, I don't think so.
I don't
he might not be back yet.
Because I think
and he's usually a man. He usually plays really well against City.
Right.
So that'll suck, but.
Well, that's quite the draw for them. But maybe we talk about Man City and their quality. I think when you gain points against those teams, like you're in a good spot.
I mean, I know Man City is always going to want to win any game that they're in and any tournament that they're in. But is the FA Cup that important to Pep?
Well, because is it still, what is it, the round of...
It's round 4.
Yeah, so...
And they still got Champions League. They're fighting for the Premier League. I mean, I know, like I said, they're always going to try to win the treble. That's their goal every year. But
I think they'll try. I mean, they'll play their guys. Like they're not.
Yeah, they are.
They're
but
not
do you think Pep is going to be like, oh, like assuming they don't get the result that they need, are they going to be like, oh, well, you know what, this is a busy season?
I mean, you never want to say that, but you can also say like, you know what, there's high priority games, there's high priority parts of your season that you need to focus on the most. And while the FA Cup is important and you always want to win those games, you can never be too disappointed if there's other things on your mind. You know?
I was going to say, like, even though it has nothing to do with your position in the Premier League, a loss in the FA Cup can just like derail you in your season,
especially if it's against like, a lower level team that you might not have wanted to lose to.
Like, this is the Carabao Cup, but Chelsea just lost to Middlesbrough. I know it's a 2-leg game. They still got to play leg 2, but I'm thinking about how Arsenal just got knocked out by Liverpool, which that was a very high caliber matchup this early in the tournament.
Oh yeah,
but leading up to the game, Arsenal had been slipping. They had a very poor month of December in the Premier League, and then they get that draw against Liverpool, and it's like, well, this is basically a Premier League game, and Arsenal really deserved to win that game. I mean, they produced more chances, they just couldn't put it in the back of the net. They looked like the more deserving team in that game against Liverpool, but they lost 2-0.
Yeah.
So it's tough. I mean, going forward, if you're an Arsenal fan, you got to you're probably looking to sign a striker.
Oh yeah, I mean
that was the thing, but my point being that it's different than each other. The Premier League and the FA Cup, it's two sides of the same coin because it's all into the same season, and one performance in the FA Cup certainly can affect your Premier League performance, and I think vice versa.
100%, yeah. And you can look at it on the flip side too with the championship squads and the lower division squads. Like one game, one win, one draw, like anything like that. I don't know if you can draw, but like it's different. It changes your culture, I think.
Wrexham are still in
a big way. Exactly, Wrexham are still in. So
I was hoping that's who Tottenham got drawn against, but maybe they'll both win, and then we'll catch them in the round of 16.
That's
or something.
True. Unfortunately, Sunderland fell out a little bit, but
it was 3-0. That was the first time in like 10 or so games that Newcastle had beaten Sunderland. Like it's been a few years, like I think nearly a decade since Newcastle had beaten Sunderland.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate for Sunderland, but I mean Newcastle, we've talked about them already, but they need some results, and I think those are the kinds of results that you look for in a struggling squad. So it's unfortunate for Sunderland, definitely, but I think they can still. I think they're still in the promotion hunt, right?
They're in like sixth place.
Sixth place
in the
so
championship, so they're still there.
Can do it. They can do it.
They're 100% still in the hunt.
100%.
Yeah, I think now's a good time to take a quick break, and then we'll talk a little MLS, Mexican League. La Clausura starts tonight, right?
Yeah, it does.
Tonight, and then we'll start getting into some segments. I feel like we've been lacking on our segments recently. Last week we kind of rushed through them.
I agree.
But
this week we'll spend a lot of time on those once we come back from the break.
After the break. But yeah, don't go anywhere. You're listening to Footy Fridays on 22 West Radio, KKJZ 88.1 FM HD3, Long Beach and Los Angeles.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. Honey, only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly.
Hello and welcome back out of that quick break here on Footy Fridays in the 22 West Radio studio here in the University Student Union at Long Beach State. Even though a lot of people sleep on the January transfer market in the MLS because I think they go hand in hand. A lot of, especially recently, with how many players from MLS have been moving to Europe, and vice versa. But we've talked about Thiago Almada quite a bit on this show, and I'm reading that he's linked to Atletico Madrid, and I think that would be a very exciting move.
I remember when we talked about him back when the MLS season was just about to finish up, and we talked about him being super young, and how he had the potential to, move to a bigger club, move to Europe, where he could really start to develop as a player. I think he could. I mean, I think that would be the best thing for. I mean, maybe not the best thing for him, but I think he could definitely flourish in Europe if he decides to go to Europe, or if he decides to go to another league. But
it seems like he would go to Europe.
Yeah,
but I think La Liga makes a lot of sense for him. I think that's this type of play style it is. And honestly, I think I'll move to the Premier League for a player so young directly out of the MLS. Those are bright lights.
Because he's only what? I want to say he's like 22, maybe?
He's 21 or 22.
20, yeah.
Might be 22.
Let me double
He's got a
check.
market value of 27 million, so that's like
that's really
a
good.
decent amount.
Not to mention the
that's about what they paid for Dragusin.
yeah.
Tottenham did.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, he is 22 years old. So he's a kid, man.
He's a kid.
He's a kid.
He is a
From
kid.
Argentina. That's, I want to say he might break out in the national team if he were to make a transfer to a European club, I want to say.
No, definitely.
I feel like that's not out of the question for him.
Yeah, just put him on the field with Messi and he'll look better.
Exactly.
I mean, look at what Messi did to who's that guy at Miami?
Oh, I know his name. I know who you're
He's
talking
just
about.
like
Yeah,
some
he's
nobody, and then
now
Messi
he's
comes in,
insane.
and
Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
like, oh my God, how this guy's really good.
Yeah. Just makes him look better. Just send him to Inter Miami, man.
But yeah, another MLS player linked to Europe, Denny Bouanga. He's probably going to France. It looks like either going to be Lens
I think that suits him well too.
or Stade Rennes.
But, I mean,
That just makes sense. I don't know why.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, LAFC would hate to lose him. I
Yeah.
know for sure, but
Well, he's no longer on contract, right? Is he a free agent?
I think he is. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's a free agent, but
God, we need Jerry. We need Jerry to fact check us.
LAFC, man. I know for a fact. I mean, obviously he was the top goal scorer. I think he won the MLS version of the Golden Boot,
Golden
right?
Boot, yeah, I
Didn't
think
he?
so.
He won that. So I don't know how old he is necessarily, but I mean, I feel like the French league would suit him pretty well for the type of player he is.
Yeah, not a lot of eyes on that league.
Yeah.
A
So
lot of
I
people
agree.
sleeping on it.
Yeah. But I think the MLS transfers have always been, I don't know, I feel like they're not looked at too much by, a lot of people just because for whatever reason. I don't know.
Let me
what your
ask this
thoughts are
because
on
I
that.
heard a rumor about Felipe Coutinho going to Inter Miami. And yeah, I don't know if you heard
Wow.
I don't know how credible that is, but you keep seeing all these players that have played in Europe that played with Messi at Barcelona that he's just trying to recruit to Miami. Do you think that's a good or a bad thing? Because like personally, it seems like if you're Inter Miami, you can't just like go out and spend all this money on like Messi's best friends and like at least for the culture of that team, like that's not gonna be a sustainable future. It's like good for the branding now, but if you're trying to build a squad that can like be good for years to come, it doesn't make any attainable sense to just like sign all these players that Messi used to play with.
Well, that was my first question I was going to ask is like good or bad for who? Because it's definitely good or bad for a lot of different people.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's definitely good for Inter Miami. I think it's definitely good. I mean, right now it is, for their, making money, for their profits, for their brand deal, like for all of that stuff that they want right now. I think it's good for them. I also think it's good for Messi and all those guys who still want to play, who still want to be together, who want to, play football still.
Yeah.
But I also agree with you in that I don't think that's how you build like a culture at a squad,
It's not attainable.
It's
for
not
the
attainable.
future.
And maybe there's a flip side of that where you have a bunch of these, star-studded players who, like Messi, who's obviously the GOAT. But
Obviously.
I don't think that's necessarily the way to influence your young players. I mean, obviously having the greatest of all time on your team is amazing, and he's going to help the young players. He's going to do a lot for them, but that to me means they're not getting minutes. They're not going to play. They're not going to maybe have the development that they might have wanted at the team. And why that might not be what you want as a club manager, to see your young guys like struggle at first, that might be what they need to become a better player.
Right.
In my opinion.
And their first game is going to be against LA Galaxy.
Because I think LA Galaxy's home opener is against Inter Miami, but I think Miami have another game before that against.
So it's not the first game of the season.
It's not the first game of the season, but it's LA Galaxy's home openers against Inter Miami.
Gotcha.
So that'll be fun. But
should be interesting.
Yeah, I think with all the buzz around Inter Miami, with Luis Suarez, obviously Messi, Jordi Alba, Sergio Busquets, and more potentially, with Felipe Coutinho potentially making a move to Inter Miami. But I just don't know if that's, like you said, sustainable for a club, unfortunately for them. But I think right now they're making a lot of buzz.
Yeah.
So.
Do you want to talk about Mexican League?
Yeah, let's get right into it.
All right, because, it starts today, right?
Yeah, it does. I think the first game.
Querétaro, Toluca, Mazatlan, and San Luis.
Yep.
San Luis kind of had a run last year. Well, not last. Oh, yeah, it is last year now. We're in 2024, but I mean, I'll be pulling for Chivas for Beto.
Obviously, always a Chivas.
Yeah.
Stan and 22S radio. But yeah, I mean,
are they going to get Chicharito?
I think they're still in talks to get him. Is that right? I'm pretty sure Carlos mentioned that.
They're still in talks.
Yeah.
There's still no final deal as of, okay, we've reached a deal. This is how much we're willing to give you. There's still TBD to be decided.
And then there was somebody else that was rumored to Chivas, and it's
Cade Cowell.
Cade Cowell. That's right.
Cowell?
It is Cade Cowell.
Right. I think he's already made the move official.
It is official. Yeah.
Well, yeah. They've reached a deal with him to make the move there, but.
So is he going to play tomorrow, or are you just going to take him to time?
Good question. I mean,
probably not.
I don't think he will, but.
I mean, to be fair, none of the players on that team have played a game in a few weeks. So
that's true. Yeah,
he's on even playing terms, but he's going to a new country, new league.
Yeah, I mean,
might take him some time to settle in.
Yeah, he was an MLS All-Star a few years ago.
How often do MLS players go to Mexico and vice versa?
I feel like it's pretty frequently, because I know a lot of like Mexico's top national players tend to play in the MLS, at least at some point in their career.
Well, we know Chicharito did.
Exactly, yeah. So I think there's a lot of those kinds of players who either start in the MLS or end up, coming to the MLS to play. But I feel like it's pretty frequent.
Yeah.
Carlos Vela, people like that, who, I mean, could
What's
he
he
potentially go to the Mexican League? You never know.
You could see it. I mean, he's up there in age too. He's like what, 34?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's getting up there. But yeah, I think the Mexican League start of this season is pretty interesting for me. I mean, I don't think I saw America lose a game last season or last.
They lost one
season,
game and it was
year.
in August.
So there you go.
To Juarez.
Oh wow.
FC Juarez.
There you go.
Yep.
I would have liked to have watched that game, but yeah, I mean, obviously they're the favorites, as they seem to be every year.
I would like to see somebody keep up with them. I don't want to
agree.
see them run away with it again this year.
I want to see some Tigres push. Like I want to see them make a run for that.
Well, they were without Gignac for most of last season, right?
Yeah,
he didn't play a whole lot.
He's got to be back now, though.
Yeah.
I hope he is. But yeah, a lot of stuff happening in the Mexican League. I think if there's any team that you're watching this season,
I would have to go with Chivas just because we've talked about them a lot on the show, and I'll go with Atletico San Luis too, just because they went on a nice little run last season to end it, and then I think they can build off of that. I don't really know a whole lot about what type of contracts are on that team, if that team's going to be together for a long time past this season. But also Monterrey, who they just signed somebody actually.
I think you're right. I want to say, Brandon Vasquez.
Yep.
He left
Cincinnati.
He left Cincinnati to join Monterrey.
And Jesus Corona.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, well, that was like what? That was
year
a while
ago, 2 years ago, something like that. I don't know.
Oh,
if
it was last
that long
August.
Ago. Yeah, it was last.
So I guess it was
August.
for the last season, but he didn't really play a lot for them, did he?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think you're right.
But yeah, Vasquez was the most recent one.
Yeah.
8.7. Oh no, that's his market value. 7 million. Not a lot, but
yeah, it's respectable.
Yeah.
But yeah, once we start getting some starting 11 back frequently, we'll definitely have some Mexican League players on our watch list.
Yeah.
As the season goes on.
Yeah, it's been a while since we had a starting 11. And
Yeah.
honestly, I had an idea where we can figure out how we want to do it, but I think we need to start having some competition
Okay.
to where we pick a line. We have 2 lineups
And
going
they
against each
go
other.
head to head. I like that.
I feel like that
I like that.
could be a little more interesting.
Yeah, I agree. I
So,
agree. See
Something
who
to
gets
work.
the most points.
Something to work on for next week.
I agree. I agree.
We also
We're
need to get the cards.
Yes.
We
we'll
really
definitely
need to
have
get
the
the
cards.
cards.
We'll definitely have the
I'll
cards.
take care of that this week. I'll have to
Yeah.
go to. We'll have to go to a Big 5 or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Cards are a must, especially when we have guests on here who have some
Oh, especially
Some
with
outlandish
Maher.
takes. Oh, yeah.
Maher and his takes.
his Man United singing.
Last time I talked to him, I told him it was like right after the end of those Champions League games, and
Yeah.
he just looked at me. He's like, "Remember my hot take? It's not so hot anymore, is it? 'Cause they got a pretty easy draw out of that first round. They got to play
somehow.
Villarreal.
They
so.
did somehow. That's
Or not
lucky for them.
Villarreal. Sorry, Sociedad. Right? That's who they play.
Yeah, that's right.
I
That's
don't know
right.
why I was thinking Villarreal was in the.
No, yeah, that's true. Well, wait, I thought Sociedad was in the.
That's what I'm saying. PSG and Sociedad.
Yeah.
That's
right,
the matchup.
Right.
I just confused them with another Spanish
With
team.
Villarreal, that's right. Well, yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see once we get some cards in here. What our guests think of the cards.
Luton Town just scored a 90th minute equalizer.
We were
It
talking
was
about them
Burnley.
beforehand.
My
That's-
roommate just threw $100 on them.
There you
So
go.
we started a career mode with Luton Town.
That's right.
We both play on the same team together, and I don't know if you've ever tried playing FIFA with another person. Like it's
Long time
extremely
ago.
hard.
Yeah.
Like you gotta feed off of each other's attacking
Mhm.
tendencies, defensive tendencies.
It's like in pro clubs. I don't know if you
Yeah,
ever played
it's
pro
like pro clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it took us a while to kind of get the hang of it, but we got Luton Town in 6th place.
There you go.
We're fighting for a European spot right now. We've
Just
got
playing with their starting 11, or you made any signings?
we made a couple signings. We signed a couple guys from the Mexican League because FIFA. If you're a FIFA career mode expert,
Yeah.
the first thing you do is you go to the free agents
Oh yeah.
and you can sign all the Mexican guys.
Broken. Absolutely broken.
Yeah. So we got what was his name? Israel Reyes. I believe he's from Santos or Leon. One of those.
I think
I think
you're right.
Santos.
I think you're right.
And then Eric, I can't think of his name. Eric Sanchez
Okay.
from Pachuca.
I like that. I like that
From
move.
Pachuca.
I like that move a lot.
Yeah, so he's one of our
Luton Town.
Yeah, dude, Luton Town are on the up. And then who else did we get? We got we signed Hugo Lloris.
Wow.
we signed Hugo Lloris on a
there you go.
1-year deal.
There you
so
go.
he's staying
Yeah.
in the Prem.
Staying in the Prem.
Yeah,
at
we
Luton.
beat LAFC to the job.
There you go. Man, Hugo
But yeah,
Lloris.
FIFA career mode has it's been taken off.
Speaking of FIFA, we one of our segments that we've been wanting to do for I want to say a few weeks now.
Yeah.
I feel like we've had this segment lined up for a few weeks.
Yeah, we had
But-
an episode get canceled, and
Run out of time. A few shows.
yeah, we were supposed to do it last week.
Yeah.
You're right.
But I think this is a perfect time to get right into it. FIFA 24 tactics. Now I know
Whoa.
we talked about it a little bit last week, but I know that you haven't played too much in the last.
I haven't played in the Ultimate Team.
That's right. That's right.
I play career mode now. Ultimate Team, it's just I feel like it takes some years off of my life.
Yeah.
And if
no,
you
I
play
agree.
FIFA
I agree.
competitively, you
I
will know what
agree.
I'm saying. I mean, that is the most stress-inducing sports game that you'll ever play.
Oh yeah. 100%. 100%.
But yeah, career mode's fun. I just really like building a new team and signing players and setting the tactics how I want it. But yeah, do we have it up on the screen yet?
Oh, this is our dream team. Yeah. So you want to do the dream team first, or you want to get into the
Yeah,
some
let's
of
just
the
go right
tactics?
into it. Let's just let the viewers and the listeners know what we're talking here.
So this is a little bit different than starting 11. I know this might look very similar to what a starting 11 would look like, but this is actually Zach's created dream team, as you can see on the screen. And I actually I think it's
There we go.
as close to perfect as you can get.
Yeah, they're just back three with Van de Ven, Koundé, and Tamori. I
Yeah.
mean, that's just fun. Those
Oh,
are
yeah.
like three pacey center backs that can, if they're beat, they can run you down, unless you're Mbappe maybe.
Yeah. Well, that's,
And then that midfield, unstoppable. You're not getting through that midfield.
100%.
Rodri as a CDM, De Jong and Bellingham in the middle, just bossing the park. And then on the outside, you got DeMarco and Frimpong just flying up and down, doing a little bit of both. And then I like putting Chiesa at striker. I know he's more of
Yeah,
a
he's
winger,
more of a winger. I was
but you
gonna
can
say.
kind of have him as like a left forward, kind of sitting underneath Harry Kane.
I like that.
And I mean, I don't know if you've played with him in FIFA.
Chiesa?
Yeah, like if you play
No,
with
I'm not.
Juventus or
I'm not.
Italy in FIFA, he is like the ball glues to his feet, and he just runs past everybody. Like
He's a
he's one of the
dribbler, man.
most smooth players to like play with and to control the ball with.
Yeah, I was gonna say I haven't played with him, but now that you mention it, I might have to throw him in one of my squads or something. Get him going. That's a good pick. Also Harry Kane. I mean, obviously Harry Kane's
Kane's a guy. He's just the most complete striker.
of all time. I mean, his career's not over yet, so don't want to speculate.
He's got another like 6 years in him of
100%.
like being at the top of his
100%.
game.
Especially like leaving clubs, leaving his hometown club, his
Boyhood club.
his boyhood club, and like people might expect him to digress a little bit,
Yeah.
but he has not done that at all.
But
So,
yeah,
big up Harry Kane. Good
but
pick
this
right there.
formation, the 3-1-4-2, I never thought I would run. I mean, I usually would run like a 3-5-2 or like a 4-5-1 in FIFA, but for whatever reason, this one just works beautifully. I don't know what it is.
I've been struggling with formations like for a long time.
Yeah.
It feels like, at least, because I
What's-
feel like I think right now what I've been running when I play is a 5-back
Yeah.
with 2 wing backs, 3 center backs, and I just don't know what else to run. Like nothing seems to work for me. Like attacking just feels wrong. So I might have to, get into a 3-back formation, 3
I
center
feel
backs.
like, well, it's hard to play with 3 at the back. And, like, if you're going to play 3 at the back, your wing backs or your
Midfielders
midfielders,
need
the
to come
higher
back.
up they're going to be, they got to be able to get back.
100%.
You know what I mean?
100%.
So that's why I think it's perfect for DeMarco and Frimpong. Those guys are pacey, both good crossing stats. They can attack and defend.
100%.
I gotta
Yeah.
try this out. I want to go home and start a
Put
new
together-
career mode and then
just
just do
sign all the
financial
players.
takeover. Well, I need
Yeah.
to do financial takeover. Give the club like 500 million to work with, and then just sign all these players.
Oh
Because
yeah. See how the team runs.
I wonder how much this team would cost. Like now that I think
Oh,
about
my
it,
God. I mean, Bellingham alone, like
that's 100 mil.
that's-
Harry
yeah,
Kane's
right
100
there.
mil. Chiesa's probably like 80 mil. So there's 280 right there
Yeah.
for 3 players.
not to mention like Rodri, Tomori, De Jong. I mean, Van de Ven. We haven't. He still has time to blossom. Like, come on. Like that's.
We should have done
that's
some research
insane.
into finding the actual club worth.
You know what?
or
Yeah,
the
that's
squad
our
value.
that's our job for next week's show. We'll find the
We'll find out how much money we need
how
to
much,
raise.
how much money we need to spend on this team in FIFA. But yeah, I think the squad is a good one. I feel like when we start our starting 11 again, like you mentioned,
Mhm.
having them against each other is going to be a good idea.
But yeah, next week I wanna know what your dream FIFA team looks like.
Oh yeah, no, I'll take one up. I mean,
This is
man,
my go-to.
I saw you didn't have no legends, no icons in there. I
Well,
don't know,
I
know
was
if you-
going for current
I was
players.
gonna say I didn't know if you wanted to put any in there because I
Yeah.
feel like it might be a little bit of a cheat code
Yeah,
to toss in like a Pele
a Hullet.
or or Hullet.
Hullet is like my favorite player.
So-
If I had Hullet, he'd go in for Rodri.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot of different things you can do with this dream team, but I'll definitely toss one in there. See what you think. See what you guys think, and maybe Carlos can toss
We
one
gotta
in there too.
We gotta get. I'll bring my Xbox over. and We'll just
Oh,
have
yeah.
a FIFA tournament.
There,
one day.
yeah. There's a
The esports center.
Yeah,
I didn't-
esports. That's,
See,
there
I
you go.
always
Esports
forget
center's
that's
right
over there. It's literally right down the hallway. We
Oh,
can
yeah.
just walk over after this
100%.
and play some FIFA.
Yeah. Good.
Full time in Turf Moor, though, 1-1, Burnley and Luton. Both of those teams, the bottom of that was actually a pretty important game for both of those teams, considering their placement in the standings.
Well, yeah, because now Luton are in the. I feel like
They're-
they weren't in the relegation zone, but they are now.
Well, they already were. They were in
Oh, were they?
18th.
They were.
If they had won this game, they would have jumped over Everton.
Okay, yeah.
But
'cause
now they're
Everton-
tied on points with Everton.
Everton
And
have
then
lost 3
Brentford.
straight.
Brentford are only 3 points clear. Nottingham Forest 4. Crystal Palace 5.
I feel like those teams right there, from 14th to 18th, those 5 teams I think are the relegation battle right there because
Palace, Forest, Brentford, Everton, Luton.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because Burnley and Sheffield are, they seem to be already out. In my opinion, they
Yeah.
seem to be done.
Yeah, we talked about it a little last week. Who's going to stay up or down.
Yeah.
And we'll definitely do a little bit more of that segment next week. But yeah, I'm rooting for Luton, not just because I have a FIFA career mode with them, but
Luton over
I just
Everton.
yeah. I don't
See,
know.
that's my question.
That's tough.
Because I like Everton. I mean, they've been kind of gutted with their 10-point deduction.
That's why they're going to be fine. They're going to be fine.
I just think they got to keep some form going. They've lost 3 straight games.
Yeah.
And now they're tied with Luton on
And their
points.
next game is against Villa.
Yeah,
That's
and
not
their
an easy
yeah.
game.
So I feel like there's a lot of these matchups this week that like I might have glossed over, but they might be more significant than I thought. Like this Everton-Aston Villa game is a huge game for Everton. I mean, every game is a huge game. But
Looking at Arsenal and Palace, Arsenal are trying to find some form and stay in the top 4.
Palace are trying to.
They went from lonely
Yeah.
at the top
Yep.
to
Now
sitting
they're
in 4th
fourth,
place.
yeah.
So, and if you're Palace, you want to separate yourself a little bit from those bottom 3 to 4 teams. Brentford and Forest against each other. Both teams kind of in that mix. So there's a lot of important games, and especially, it's been a while since we've had some Premier League.
Oh yeah,
100%.
100%.
They haven't played in 2024 yet, have they?
I don't think that. I think besides. That's a
January
good question,
2nd.
actually. Yeah, it's a good
January
question.
2nd between West Ham and Brighton.
That's
Was
right.
the last Premier League game. So that was almost 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't realize they'd taken that.
Well,
much
they had
of
to
a
play.
break.
They had their FA Cup,
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah. I
and
agree.
then there's a couple of friendlies going on. But
Yeah.
yeah. And then did you see that Onana, even though he's playing,
I saw that he's gonna play in the game.
He plays for Cameroon, right?
Yeah, I want to say
Senegal?
Cameroon.
Cameroon?
One of those teams.
I think it's Cameroon.
Yeah.
He's
saw
gonna
that.
play for them and,
And
then
then-
fly back to Manchester and play against Tottenham.
I thought he was gonna fly. I thought he was gonna play in the game and then fly.
Oh, it's the other way around.
I think it was the other way around.
Oh, okay, that's what it is.
But that would be even crazier to fly to Cameroon and then fly back and
Play
then
the game and then just go
and
back.
then go back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be crazy. But that, I mean, if that is true, that's wild. I thought I saw that same thing, but
Jerry told me about how Danny Boanga did that for Gabon and for LAFC. He
he
played.
just flew.
Yeah, he
back and
played a
forth?
game in Gabon, somewhere for some international
Yeah.
tournament, and then flew back to the States to play for LAFC, and then he bagged a hat trick that night. I don't know when it was or against
That's
who, but
crazy.
Jerry told me that, and I was like, that sounds like something that would happen.
The jet lag did not get to him.
No, not at all.
Not at all. Good for him, man. I mean, that's a lot of. We talked about transfers, and we can probably finish this show with some speculation about transfers. But
Yeah, I was gonna say in lieu of no starting 11, no kit check this week, we'll get both of those back next week. But
100%.
we finally have time for stoppage time.
yeah, we do.
rapid
Stoppage time.
fire.
Okay, I'll here. Let me get this really quick, and then I'll start rapid fire. So, top 4 teams: Liverpool, Aston Villa, Manchester City, and Arsenal. Big signing in the next, before the transfer window's over. Yes or no?
For any of those teams?
Any of those teams.
I think Arsenal are gonna try to get the striker that they want.
Okay.
I don't know. I think the big talk of Europe right now is Victor Osimhen at Napoli. They're not really doing too hot down in Italy, at least in Serie A. They're still in the round of 16 or the knockout. They got to play Barcelona.
Yeah. It's gonna be
But
rough.
there's around, it's like an 80 to 90 million price tag on him.
Right.
If there's a team that's going to trigger it, I could see it being Arsenal. They've really needed a striker this year. So, yeah, I'm going to say yes.
I like it. Top 4 teams. Big signing incoming. Now, speaking of big signings, Chelsea. We haven't really talked about them too much this show. Sitting in 10th right now. They've won their last 2 games. Now, we've talked about this a little bit last week, a few weeks, whatever the case. Do they throw money at a striker? Do they throw money at Osimhen? Do they throw money at somebody else? Do they, what do they do in the transfer market?
Honestly, I think they have everything they need.
Really?
I mean, that's just from an outsider standpoint.
Yeah.
Like, they've spent
Yeah.
so much money on all these players. They're just all banged up. They haven't really had a chance to have all these guys play together. Just when you get one guy back, 2 more guys will go down. And so it's like hard to kind of consistently. I had the same beef with dirtbag baseball last year, where the reason they weren't able to get a rhythm going is because every game it was a different lineup.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because it was just, you got to have some consistency with the lineup so you can kind of develop an identity of who you are as a team. And right now Chelsea don't have that. But they've got a chance against the West London rival in Fulham tomorrow to take care of that business. But yeah, maybe they can turn 2 wins in a row to 3.
Yeah, we'll see.
But no, to answer your question, do I think they will? No, but I would not be surprised if they make a splash in January.
I kind of expect them to at least, make a significant splash in the market. But you never really know with those kinds of teams what they're going to do at the deadline.
Do you think they go striker or defender?
Oh, I
Or
think
mid-
they go striker 100%.
Yeah.
If that's Osimhen or if that's somebody else, I think they need somebody.
They need a goal
in the-
scorer.
Yeah, they need a goal scorer.
Gotcha.
They need a goal scorer. And then we're just about out of time, but before we do, one more question for you, and I can answer this one too. Tottenham, Manchester United this Sunday, 8:30 a.m. Score prediction and player of the match. Give me 2.
Score prediction. I'm gonna go. I'll go 3-2. I can see it being high scoring.
3-2
Tottenham.
Tottenham.
Yeah,
There you
sorry.
go. There you go.
Should have specified that.
Scared me a little bit there.
3-2 Tottenham. I was gonna say 3-1, but
give United some
I mean,
goal scoring credit. I guess.
It just depends on which United team you get. Are they gonna fall out flat or are they gonna respond Because, like, I always think of that game against Villa where they were down 2-0,
Right.
and then they looked like a completely different team in the second half. But they've got some players that can show up on any day. It'll be
agree.
weird to see Eriksson playing against Spurs.
I'm not excited for that game.
Yeah, that's
I'm not
something
excited
I'm
for that
looking
part of
forward
it. And they're at Tottenham?
No, it's at Old
Oh, it's
Trafford.
at Old Trafford. That's right. It's a different story.
Player of the match, I'm going to go Brennan Johnson. Why not?
Brennan Johnson.
Yeah,
Wow.
just why not? Just
I like it. I
out
like
of the
it.
dark. He's had some good performances this year. I just want to see him get a little more creative with in the final third.
I like that.
And I have a feeling this is the performance that we can get it from.
I like that.
I don't know why. I'm just feeling a Brennan Johnson, like goal and an assist.
Along those same lines, I'm going to take Richarlison for my player of the match.
Okay. I respect
Richarlison. I pick him to bag a brace. 2 goals for Richarlison this game. I might
Would
throw
love to see it. Does Timo Werner get any minutes?
I think he does.
Yeah.
I think Dragusin starts. I think Timo Werner comes off the bench.
Yeah.
That's my prediction right now. We'll see
I
what
agree with
happens.
that. I
We'll see
would
what
agree with
happens.
that.
But good game on Sunday. We'll, a lot of good games this weekend. Make sure
Yeah.
to catch up on some Premier League. But we are out of time. So thank you guys for joining us.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Dunk Discussions is up next with Elmira and Daniel. But as far as Footy Fridays, thank you for tuning in to episode 11 with Carlos, Zach, me, and Desi. But yeah, thank you for tuning in. 22 West Radio, KKJZ, 88.1 FM, HD3, Long Beach, and Los Angeles. Tune in next week, guys.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference.
Okay. Welcome back, guys, to another Dunk Discussion podcast. We have Daniel, Matthew here every Friday at 2 p.m. We're back in the studio, and this is Al, by the way. So Daniel is going to start off with some topics that happened throughout this week, I think, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, good. And then we're just going to talk about some other stuff that happened. I'm so excited for this episode, actually, because there's a lot of drama going on, per usual. But, yeah, we're going to go into that.
Never a dull moment in the NBA. And this is just a general overview of what went down in this past week since we've been gone. So Celtics fight out the Timberwolves in overtime to go 18-0 at home. All the while the next night going to Milwaukee and getting absolutely smoked by like 1,000,000 points by the Bucks. Wembanyama, triple-double, 16, 12, and 10 in 21 minutes. Cavs beat the Nets in Paris, France, 111-102. I think we might be starting to see some more international games coming up. They actually said that they're going to expand their program over in France. So it's going to be like a developmental league, the professional league, and I think the national team league or something like that. They're going to be trying to develop players. And Lakers, big homestand we brought up last time around, have made no changes, and they're 2-3 on that big homestand. They're just not looking great. And one of the teams that beat them, the New Orleans Pelicans, are have won 6 out of the last 7. Their only losses to the smoldering hot Clippers. They beat the Kings by 33 and a struggling Warriors team by 36 points. There's also been a couple other things that's going on in NBA news.
Yeah.
We have, okay, hang on. We need to.
Wemby. Rajovic. Draco or Draco? How do you say it correctly?
I think it's
Drago. Okay, Drago.
Is it Drago? No, that's the guy from Rocky. That's the. Remember, did you see Rocky?
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that what his name? Drago? Oh,
Drago.
Rajovic.
Come
on, the GM, Mike, heading through the landscape, looking good with the leather jacket, baby.
Drago Rajovic.
Drago Rajovic. Yeah, if we can get some. We had a tough time getting audio last time, didn't we? So, pretty much, in the fourth quarter of the Kings, not the Kings. I got Kings on my brain.
Lakers.
That's a little bit of a preview for my All-Star lineup if we do get to it today.
I think we should.
This is the afternoon.
You guys got ready.
So the last quarter, the fourth quarter of the Lakers versus the Toronto Raptors, which Rajovic is the coach of, which it's like crazy because I knew that they lost Nick Nurse.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh, this guy's the coach of the Raptors. I had no clue.
You didn't know he was the coach?
I didn't know he was the guy. I didn't know his name. Like, it's Draco.
I mean, it's spelled with a key. I just don't know if it's Draco. I don't think it's Draco because that's like an Americanized version of the name. I'd say it's
Darko. It's Darko.
Okay. Darko?
It's okay, professional journalism going on right here, people. Darko Rajakovic.
Can I see it? Because this
Rajakovic.
is Slavic. Can I see it?
Yeah.
How'd you?
Darko Rajakovic.
It's probably like Darko Rajakovic or something like that. I don't know.
I like how you said that.
Darko Rajakovic.
Yeah, because it's Slavic. So
Rajakovic.
okay.
Rajakovic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's basically what I was saying, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, the last 4 minutes of the game, the Lakers took
Yeah.
19 free throw shots,
That
and the
was
Raptors
crazy.
took absolutely zero.
No. They did take, but not. I don't remember which quarter, but it was 2. They made free throws 2 times, but honestly, in the comparison to the amount of times Lakers made their free throws was.
Yeah. Well, the total fourth quarter count was, I believe, 23
yeah.
free throws for the Lakers,
Yeah.
2 for the Raptors. And he had something to say. Producer Matt is working on some audio here. Let me see if I can just YouTube it real quick so we can play it.
Yeah, because I think I've seen it somewhere. The thing is, honestly, he is like, if I was a head coach, that's me.
Yeah.
That would be me. Because this is the rent that I have every time after I watch a game where something unfair happened. This is what I want to do. Give me the mic, sit me down somewhere, and make someone ask me a question.
Yeah.
Because the rent that he went on, honestly, whoever, this is supposed to be the, like, do you think he's right? Because I do.
Oh, absolutely. So I take
no
that
matter
back.
what kind of basketball.
Just for
yeah.
legal purposes, this is not YouTube. This is X. Okay, just to let everybody know, I'm not.
This is completely BS. This is shame. Shame for the referees. Shame for the league to allow this. 23 free throws for them, and we get 2 free throws in the fourth quarter. Like how to play the game. I understand respect for all stars and all that, but we have star players on our team as well. How's possible that Scotty Barnes, who is all-star caliber player in this league, he goes every single time to the rim with force and trying to get to the rim without flopping and not trying to get foul calls. He gets 2 free throws for the whole game. How's that possible? How are you going to explain that to me? They had to win tonight? If that's the case, just let us know so we don't show up for the game. Just give them a win.
That killed me.
That was not fair tonight. And this is not happening first time for us. Scotty Barnes is gonna...
Okay, that is the gist of it. And I want to key in on him saying, if we're not supposed to win tonight,
Yeah, just let us know so we don't come.
just let us know so we don't come, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of there's a lot of talk about across the league, especially the NFL, NBA, about there being a script and everything's predetermined and staged and all that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
My wildest, because I love sports so much, I do not believe in this conspiracy theory. Although I do love conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
But this is not one that I lock into because I do think that the coordination of all of that and just having nobody leak any actual information is near impossible, right?
I think it's possible.
So let me take you to Exhibit A.
Okay.
Okay,
what did you do? Did you do a whole conspiracy theory on that? Your own?
Well, there's a little bit of a background. Okay, so
okay, can I say something? Okay, no,
go for it. No, go for it. Go for it.
My thing is, you know how
cliffhanging.
the script writing thing. When I was a kid, I used to think that every single game is scripted.
Yeah.
When I was like, I'm not talking like, I was 7 and 8. I'm talking like, because my dad put me onto sports, so he's like guilty for that. So when I would watch like football games, I would not believe that people who are calling the game are actually doing it like live. I thought that they had a script and players are just very good actors.
Yeah.
Straight up, that's my process
like
of thinking.
Wrestling?
Yeah. And when I grew up like a little, and then I asked my dad a question. He was like, "It's not scripted. What do you mean?" So, but I think my childhood dreams are coming true now. We have scripted basketball, guys.
No, and I'm just worried. Have you seen the guy that's like a video that went viral years back where he's talking, it's like an open forum and there's a bunch of pro wrestlers up on the stage and he starts like breaking down emotionally. And he's like, "What do you have done to your bodies? It's
Yeah,
still
I've
to me,
never seen
damn it!"
that.
Right?
No,
and
I've
so like
never
I'm
seen
afraid
that.
that I will become that guy, but I still don't think it's staged. I still don't think it's
You
staged.
don't think so?
But let me take you to Exhibit A
Okay.
because I like to give both sides of the coin. You know,
Yeah.
I might be wrong. So disgraced referee caught for fixing games, Tim Donaghy, right? He came out with a quote. This is in NBC Sports Bay Area. He did a Sacramento Kings podcast speaking on the 2002 Game 6 against the Lakers and the Kings in
I wasn't
LA.
even born, so.
You weren't even born, but this was the only comparable quarter in the history ever. Maybe now there might be other quarters like this, but so where the Lakers took 27 free throws to the Kings 9 in the last quarter of the game, and the Lakers came back and won that game, and the Kings blew it in Game 7 at home, right?
27?
27. So this was 23-2, and that game was 27-9 as far as free throws taken differential, right? And this is Tim Donaghy, already been caught for gambling and stuff like that, so he kind of had this whole he just
Okay.
like went on it. You can actually watch it. It's on. There's a Netflix about him. It's called Untold. There's a sports series
I've
Untold.
heard something about it.
and
I've
it's-
been putting it off for
it's
so
pretty-
long, but I'm
it-
going to watch it now.
It's pretty good, but he's also lying. He said he made like $60,000 throughout the whole process.
What did you expect from
But
the person that's already lying?
Right,
For him
so
to say the truth?
so, and I've got to quote him. So, like, but he said that he got sick. But the documentarians they broke it down to like he got a boat, he had cars, he had a house that he couldn't afford. So he didn't actually make $60,000. He cleaned up pretty fat on all these
Okay.
games that he fixed. Anyway, so he also said that was the money that he was given. That he probably had money on the games as well,
Yeah.
not
well,
just the money he was given
Why
to
don't you
fix
just
them. But
double
he
your
probably
profit? Yeah.
gambled as
Passive
well.
income.
Right. So that brings me to the whole gambling thing brings me to my point that I'm going to bring out after this quote. In regard to the 2002 Game 6 NBA Finals game or NBA Western Conference Finals game between the Kings and the Lakers, which was a heated rivalry at that time. Quote, he claimed several times in regard to this dude Napier that was refereeing the game in 2002. He claimed several times to several of us that he was the NBA's top go-to guy. He was put on Game 6s to force Game 7s. I think there's no doubt in my mind, or a lot of people from the inside of the NBA, they know that they gave that game to the Lakers the benefit of the doubt, several calls in that game. Thinking it was just going to go to a Game 7 and Sacramento was going to win on their home floor. The Lakers win. They win the championship, and really it's unfortunate for Sacramento because they should have definitely have the ring on their finger, end quote. Yeah. So that's straight from the horse's mouth, and he's not an honest guy in the first place, right?
Yeah.
But also like interesting to just hear that being said out loud. And definitely watch the documentary because there's another old 30 for 30 about how actually the team that's playing Cal State Long Beach tonight in volleyball, Long Island University, they were fixing games back in the day too.
I hate that.
Yeah, but they were college kids because they were college kids.
No,
and
it's
you
not
just-
even about
like, a
college
bookie
kids. It's
just
not
gives
about.
them
I'm just talking about the idea of someone gambling. The idea of gambling
Yeah.
is the risk that you take in order to either lose everything or win everything.
Yeah.
So when you
That's true.
when you stage games, isn't it? It's stupid.
Well, it's crazy. So okay, so this is okay.
It's mind blowing because
Do you guys think they still fix games?
yeah, I
think
just
some
think
of
they
them
do.
do.
Is if it had a place back then, I think honestly, knowing people's mentality and knowing people as overall like humanity, the second the sport started, the second the sport began to exist, like the second NBA was created, maybe a couple of months in, that's when people started gambling games and et cetera, and that's
the second it started.
that's been the history. And if it was pretty evident at one point, it's still happening now. It's just more low key.
Well,
Because okay, go ahead. What
Well,
do
you know
wanna
what's
say?
crazy? Like I think it was the second the game was started. Well, not the
Yeah,
second the
I
game.
understand, because-
the second the league, because there were a couple leagues like while the NBA was starting up and stuff. But this is crazy. So like old headlines
Yeah.
for basketball stuff back in the day, they called the players cagers,
Yeah.
right? And because they would play in a fenced-in area with the crowd on the outside, but in gyms, because it would protect them from the craziness of the fans, like throwing stuff at them and all that sort of crazy thing.
I mean, soccer still does it. It's been
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So
go ahead.
as far as gambling goes, we have had a number of players, more specifically in the NFL, caught and gotten in trouble for breaking the rules on gambling for their league. Since gambling has become legal nationally, we have yet to see a referee scandal. And this, to me, is one of the most egregious examples. Like, there are some of the fouls are legit, but there were a couple of them where there was one specifically that I remember where RJ Barrett's just standing there, and Anthony Davis comes from across the court, runs into his back, and falls over. And Anthony Davis has got 70 pounds on RJ Barrett, and RJ Barrett wasn't even expecting the hit. So to me, that's a flop. That should have been a technical foul on Anthony Davis for even attempting to do that. So I mean,
My thing is, as a society, whatever you create, there is going to be a percentage of people that breaks the rules, and they're not going to get caught. They're not going to get fined. Nothing's going to happen. I'm just saying, people lie. We can't avoid that. I would love to see a clean play, a clean sport, but yeah,
it's possible.
I guess we're not getting it.
And
I mean, Darko was very pissed in that interview. I understand. I think that this should be an exception out of the rule where they don't fine him, But even if
they fined him $25,000.
Okay, it was worth it though.
Which is way less than Cuban got. Cuban got
out.
fined like $500,000 for doing a similar thing. Actually, I feel like Darko was much more eloquent and beautiful in the way he said that. Those eyes that he was giving these people was just like
crazy eyes.
I don't want to mess with that guy. You know,
I would not ask him.
Cuban
a question,
just said
honestly.
it just flat out. You know what I mean? But he's also worth billions of dollars, so the league's like, yeah, we'll touch him up for $500K.
Yeah,
which is more than what the football owner for the Carolina Panthers, he threw a drink on some fans and they fined him like $250.
Yeah.
I love emotions that sports gives. Honestly, all the anger.
Carolina Panthers are down bad.
What do you have to say about the situation, Matthew? Do you have any opinions?
Well, I think the whole situation. I mean, when it comes to fouls, this always happens with the Lakers. Like, the Lakers always get a lot of fouls. And a lot of people come out and they say it's cheating. Or, like, the Lakers is fixed for them to win, this and that. And it's like, okay, you could say that, but, like, time and time again, the Lakers, personally, I always stand on this. Lakers are always been a good defensive team to me, and they don't do a lot of fouling. Maybe that's just the homer in me. But also, I think when it comes to the offensive end and they do push the ball, and when they do play how they should be playing, they put pressure on the defense. Anthony Davis and LeBron James are two people that are superstars, and one thing I will say is there is a superstar whistle. Right?
Yeah, and Darko brought that up in his rant about how he has Scotty Barnes, who was an all-star potential player and stuff like that. And that bodes the question, like, if you are a superstar, do you really need that extra help? Like, should superstars get more whistles than, like, if I'm LeBron and I touch somebody and there's no foul for my defense and somebody touches me the same way and they get fouled for that play, I'm already above and beyond better than you. Sure, he's like what they would say is earned the right for that foul call, but at the same time, it's like a foul's a foul, isn't it? Like, are we playing like with rules, or we're just like kind of just bouncing off the walls here and just letting the better? I guess that is kind of like the rich get richer, and then the poor they gotta claw their way up to that position. Yeah, I don't know.
Me neither.
That's it. That's an interesting point. But I do think that if this script is conducted the way it should be conducted, my preseason prediction is going to be true. Lakers, Celtics. Celtics going to take it in the finals. I mean, come on, like this.
Are you sure now, though?
Look, I read the book.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I got it. You know, it's like my little black book I got in my back pocket, baby. Let's do it.
Whatever this is, I'm just. All I can do is.
Yeah, no,
It's a
I don't
big
know.
league with a lot of money. Yeah. Money, sports, all combined. That's what you get.
Money, sports, all
Take
combined.
a little bit of sports and take a whole lot of money. And this is what you'll get. Gambling referees and pissed Darko Rajakovic. So.
Yeah, no, that was pretty. That was.
But
pretty
I
awesome,
also think it's telling because when the Lakers a couple weeks ago, they complained about foul calls, right? And they felt like, or not even a couple weeks ago, but when the Lakers or if the Lakers come out like the Boston Celtics like last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
People bash LeBron for throwing a tantrum on the court, or they'll bash him if he comes out in the media and complain like the coach did, right?
Yeah, because
So-
he already gets a bunch of calls already.
But he also
See,
doesn't get a lot of calls.
We just said that. We just said that superstars get crazy. Just like that's just the natural way of the.
But there
he
is
already
a
gets
lot
a
of
bunch of
calls.
calls.
I
That's
don't
why
But
he
he
think
also
it's
gets a
about-
lot of calls that he doesn't. Like,
I don't think it's about that. I think it's just about people having different perspective, different opinions, different looks out on the game. Like you look at the game through one lens.
Yeah.
I look at the game through a completely different lens. You have a third lens. Imagine how many people are a fan of a sport, and imagine how many lenses do we have. And everyone has to say something. Everyone has their own opinion. But at the end of the day, there's no. Do you think that there is a big T1 truth that is like the truth, and if you have a separate opinion, then it's wrong?
it's two sides, and then
I know there's two sides to every. See,
I don't think that there is a
I've
truth.
I've been down this rabbit hole. Okay, I do think that there is an ultimate truth. But I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying in the sense of like we naturally don't perceive it, right?
Yeah.
But for an example, let me try to relieve myself from the lens I was previously viewing, because you can always change your perspective to try to bring
100%.
yourself closer to that capital T.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm going to try to pull this back and say I will agree with you in some sense, because LeBron is so big and powerful. Sometimes the fouls aren't as noticeable when somebody whacks him across the arm because he just powers right through it.
Yeah.
So like there is that for sure. You know what I mean? But when it comes to capital T truth, I do think that exists. It's just a matter of whether or not you can achieve the perception of a capital T truth.
I don't think someone's opinion can be 100% true.
Right?
Because if it was
it's just an
100%
opinion.
true, it would have everyone could
And
have
no
been
human
right.
might possess
Yeah.
the capital T truth opinion. And I'm not saying that God possesses it or whatever, you know what I mean? But it does exist somewhere out there. And unless
We just can't reach it because
right, unless we
our capacity that our mind has. we
right,
can't
but
reach
unless we try to reach it,
it. Yep.
we're never gonna be better as people in a society and stuff like that.
Yeah.
For example, like when we have let's say there's two engineers and they're trying to figure out how to make the most efficient camera or something
Yeah.
like that, right?
Okay.
They both have opinions on how to make a
The
better
most efficient camera,
right?
yeah.
And if they don't change their biases of their two different ideas, they're never going to meet in the middle and actually achieve their goal of making a great camera or a better camera from the original. So yeah, they're getting closer to the capital T truth, and maybe eventually the greatest camera ever made will be.
The truth is, NBA referees are gamblers.
I think so.
You know.
You know, okay, so real quick on the gambling thing, there is another one. Have you seen the Goodfellas? Have you seen Goodfellas?
What is that? Is it a series
no,
or a
I
movie?
haven't. But
Goodfellas is a movie from like the early 90s or something like that. And
probably not.
it's a Martin Scorsese movie.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like about the mob. It's about a real character. His name's Henry Hill, I believe his name is.
Mm-hmm.
But he's the one that set up what he would do, he was fixing games, right? But what he would do was he wouldn't just put a bunch of money down with one person. He had a network across the country where each person would hit up multiple bookies, and they would just put like a reasonable bet down. But between all of these transactions,
Straight question:
they were cleaning
if
up
you
big time.
had this system, would you do it? Like if someone gave you a contact book with like the amount of people that you have to reach out to give money to, so you can like double whatever you already have, would you ever get into the gambling business for that or no?
Like, if I knew I was going to win a bet, would I do it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's hard to say no to, right?
Yeah, but would
It's
you
not
do
really
it?
much of a bet if you know you're gonna win.
If I'm
like,
gonna
would
win,
I
yeah.
would I coordinate the whole thing to
So
fix a
you
game?
would
No, I
fix
wouldn't.
a
But
game.
if somebody was like,
Matthew
hey,
would
dude,
fix
I
a
know a guy.
game.
No. I mean, no. Like if I made
I was
a
talking
bet
about
on
fixing a
something.
game. I'm sorry,
Oh, okay.
I phrased my question wrong. But would you do it or not?
No.
I would be there for like the information. But I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't coordinate the whole thing. That would be so hard. But like, no, I don't know.
I
I probably
probably would.
wouldn't. I don't know. Would you? Would you do it?
Probably. Yeah.
I respect
I'd probably do it once just to see, especially if it's like imagine a final Lakers game. I'm rooting for Lakers.
So
Duh,
you're
I'm
saying
gonna,
would you? This is you.
I'm
fixing
gonna
the
rule.
Game.
Yeah, I'm gonna fix the game.
So like you know a ref.
No, I don't know.
No.
I'm
Like,
saying like if there is
theoretically,
theoretically if there is a possibility for me to rule the game, I probably would try it once
Yeah.
just for the YOLO.
Yeah.
But
I think
I
for
would
sure,
not. I would not make my income off that probably because I'm not stepping over my morals this much. Like to constantly make money of it, probably not.
I think it for sure happens. I mean,
I just do it for the fun of it, and then like probably even not. I don't know. I don't have a specific answer to that.
I mean, it's interesting. Like you think about because you can just drop a bet on an app, right? And it doesn't necessarily have to.
I
be
used
on
to do that.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be
Yeah.
on your phone either. Like you can have somebody
Do it
just
for you.
do it for you, and kind of like, somebody you knew since childhood, and you don't really like.
That's exactly how it happened.
Right, you know what I mean? And you just kind of like you just know them, and then like. I'm sure they have some things in play as far as these pro leagues go to try to track that sort of activity, but
Yep.
I mean, gambling's been legal in Europe forever, and we're just babies in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
NBA and NFL, like they
What?
they
Okay.
promote the betting, but
Everybody does.
right.
ESPN Bet. This is one of the most hilarious things I've ever seen. ESPN Bet sponsors ESPN television shows. It's like, bro, that's like you're
Entertainment
sponsoring
at
yourself.
its
You're not even
finest,
sponsoring
yeah.
anybody. You're just slapping your name up there. And
Okay, do you guys want to take a quick media timeout?
yeah, media timeout.
Okay. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Thank you for joining us. We're going to be back in, 2-3 minutes?
Sure.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when they send the payment to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to
Outside organization.
Welcome back to Dunk Discussions on 22 West. I am Daniel McMahon, joined with L and producer Matt. I just want to start this segment off with a PSA. Elmira is not a part of organized crime. Nor does she currently or actively fix games. L, take the stage.
Please.
Hi everyone, this is my apology. No, my thing is I completely, I got so excited about the topic that I literally forgot. I think this is the quickest YouTube apology anyone has ever seen. The thing is, I got so excited. I got so excited about the topic and the situation that I completely phrased my question wrong. I can literally see everyone's looking for what I'm about to say, but my thing is, I would probably never do that. Let's be real. My question was, if I was a referee and someone paid me to fix a game, I would not. I would not. Thank you. That's my statement. That's it. That's everyone, whatever y'all need to hear.
And I'm saying that if there's a guarantee, I will take the bet. So if there's anybody out there that is fixing games, send the information my way. Slide in the DMs.
What?
It's Ike Talk Repeat on. Oh, wait. Never mind. My bad.
This is all satire.
Although we do
by the
have
way.
Long
I'm
Island University
scared.
playing the volleyball team tonight, which should be pretty interesting.
Where
As
is
that when I was talking about the college fixed
I'm
games back in
scared
the
to
day,
talk.
that was
I'm
the
literally
center
scared
of
to
the
talk. I can't talk anymore.
We're
I'm
good.
just waiting for another Discord.
Speaking about apology.
Speaking of
Yeah.
apologies, we have Draymond Green. Beautiful segue, by the way, Al. And
What do you mean?
okay,
What did I do
we're
again?
talking about the non-apology Draymond Green gave.
Oh,
It's
great.
basically like this is okay. He apologizes to Curry.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He's pretty much says, "I'm sorry for putting everybody in these positions."
Mhm.
I don't remember him saying, "I'm sorry, Yusuf Nurkic,
For hitting you.
knocking you out nearly cold." And also choking Rudy Gobert. There was at least there was a brawl happening with Rudy Gobert, but the whatever thing is okay. So this is Draymond Green's non-apology. One of his many statements. So in one statement he pumps up Bob Myers, former GM. Another statement he pumps up Coach Steve Kerr. Another statement he pumps up
just yapping
Steph
for
Curry. Adam Silver, yada yada yada, all that sort of stuff. Some other guy that works with Adam Silver. This is one snippet of what Draymond has been throwing down the past week. One thing about this process that really hurt me, I turned on the TV screen and Stephen A. Smith was like, Steph is a bad leader because Draymond did X. And it pissed me off, but it crushed me. It crushed me because how is Steph enduring being a bad leader? Like, this guy doesn't give us anything to tear him down about. This guy does everything the right way, and yet he's being torn down because of my actions. It crushed me. That was a tough blow to deal with. It sounds great on the surface, right? He also ended this.
How's
He had
scripted?
he had about an hour-long podcast, and I watched a 5-minute snippet of it, and he ended it by saying all this stuff about how bad he felt, and then he says, "Hey, but a leopard can't lose its spots." I do not expect Draymond Green to stop doing what he's doing. Maybe for a week or two, I'm not too sure, but he still sees himself as what he is. Floor is yours, Al.
So what's your opinion necessarily on Draymond Green and his style of playing? Because what I've seen two sides of the medal. People are like, with all the harsh things that he does on court, I don't know if he messed up sports with wrestling or did he forget where he is, but whatever. I'm just saying, some people are like, oh my God, he's bringing back the 80s kind of league that we had.
Yeah, and everybody's looking around scared.
Yeah,
everybody's
but
like,
the
"Oh my
thing is,
God."
the league for sure became softer.
Without a doubt.
100%. Since the 80s, 100%.
Mhm.
We saw people like swing on each other back then. Now we don't see that anymore because
Right.
this is the sport. We're living a complete society. But unfortunately, no matter what kind of a decision you make, there are going to be some downsides to it. Obviously, NBA might not be as entertaining as it was when people would punch each other in the faces.
It had a
But-
little bit of a hockey element to it back then.
Oh, I miss hockey. Someone take me to a hockey game. But anyways,
We-
this is the-
playing. There's
I
two
know, I
teams.
know. I just have no time. What I'm
Alright.
saying is, Draymond Green.
I've never been to a Kings game. I've been to a few Ducks games. It's a good spot.
I've only went to hockey back home. That's the only
What's it
thing.
like? What's it like over there?
Rough.
Yeah.
Love the game. I absolutely don't take me out of my topic because I get too excited when I
What's
start
your
talking
home
about
team?
hockey. I mean, from my city.
Yeah. Or
It's,
what's your? Do you have
my city has
a-
a very, very good team. It's called Lokomotiv.
Lokomotiv?
Mm-hmm.
Lokomotiv.
Yeah,
That's how
but
you say it in Russian.
yeah. Love the team.
Yeah.
Love it.
What does that translate to?
Well, it's like a train. There's no translation.
Oh,
Really,
like
but
a
it's
locomotive?
Yeah, that is.
Oh,
But I just said it in a
like a
Russian
train.
accent. Yeah,
Lokomotiv.
yeah. I love
Oh.
that team. You took me
Learn
off the
something new every
topic,
day.
off my trail.
Sorry, Draymond
Let me
Green.
say.
Apologies. 80s. The
Yeah,
game has
80s
changed from
basketball
the 80s
that I was
game.
talking about. The thing is, this is not his first kind of accident.
No, they
So for
they
him to,
suspended
like-
him indefinitely because they're like, we don't know what to do with this guy.
Yeah, it's like a
Reinstated
daycare
him
over there.
12 games later.
I'm just saying, this is not the first time he did that. But is this the first apology that he did? Because I don't.
This is the first apology.
Yeah,
he's,
which
he's
is crazy.
He's never said sorry. Which, speaking of the 80s, Matt, maybe you give us a fresh screen of
Something.
fights
yeah.
from the 80s and
NBA
90s in
fights,
basketball.
yeah. Because my thing
that'll
is,
be a good backdrop to talk about.
yeah,
Draymond,
my
because
thing is,
it's pretty fun.
would I think that Draymond Green, I've never seen really a player being that physical during a game.
Yeah.
Would I love to see it though? If I say yes, people outside the studio are gonna be like, "What are you talking about?" Again, that's a crazy take. But I don't know. Honestly, I think. Oh my God, yes.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about. I honestly, basketball
that's,
is not.
That's Dr. J
what I'm
versus Larry Bird right there. A little
yeah,
brouhaha.
Yeah. This is 80s basketball that I'm talking about.
Yeah. Get a montage or yeah.
Okay,
to-
the thing is, I don't think basketball is the kind of a sport that needs to have these kind of moments.
Yeah.
Because basketball, we have a lot of sports. It's a complex sport. Talking about soccer is what the function of the sport is like measure your limits, how much you can run, have a lot of skills. Hockey, the harder you hit, the better. Basketball is a complex sport because you have to have a complete control over your body. You have to have a lot of core strength. You have to throw the ball at the specific kind of altitude or whatever. Like there's so much more that goes into the process of playing basketball, and there's so much beauty into the sport that I don't think we should have this physicality to it as well. You know what I mean? So Draymond Green apologizing for it took him long enough.
Yeah.
After all the things that he's done, took him long enough. But what are y'all thoughts on, is he gonna do it again ever? Like, or you think he's done?
I think so a part of what he was saying on his compassion train was like Adam Silver kept me from retiring, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that because Draymond respects Steph Curry so much, and Klay Thompson in the same sense,
Yeah.
he won't leave him completely out to dry. He's going to finish this season.
Mm-hmm.
He also has, after this season, he has about $50 million over the next 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be tough to walk away from. But I do think that I don't think he's not going to have another problem. I don't think he's necessarily going to do what he did to Yusuf Nurkic, but I do think that he is going to continue his style of play. He said, "Hey, leopards can't lose their spots." He fully expects himself to still be an antagonizer, which back in the day it was a little bit more accepting if that led to physicality, like
Yeah.
an actual physical fight, because
100%.
it wasn't just this one guy, Draymond Green, walking around like the bully of the schoolyard where nobody else wants to fight but him.
But you know what's
Right?
crazy
But
too?
back then, people are like, "Hey, you want to square up? Let's do this." You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know what's crazy too?
Yeah.
He knows how much it hurts not only him personally, it also will hurt the coach or whatever he said in his apology.
Right.
And he did not deny that he's going to do it again.
No.
Like, imagine you have your best friend and they do something that hurts you really bad, and they're like, I know it's going to hurt you if I do it again.
Yeah.
But I'm not telling you that I'm not going to do it again.
Yeah,
So what?
All he did was say,
there's
like,
no logic, and I think that these people, like, he's a kind of a person to be like, oh, I'm sorry. Am I really though?
yeah, I don't even think
That's
he'll say
him.
I'm sorry. He'll just be like, "Hey, I felt really bad."
I'm
doing
sorry I
that.
made you feel that way.
That's
I'm
exactly,
sorry you
that-
feel that way.
That's
his
exactly
apology.
what he's
That's
doing. And he's
perfect.
talking about how so-and-so kept me in the league, and he's trying to play the pity party game.
I'm
and
so
it
happy.
just bothers me because at first when this first happened, and we spoke on it, like it was this whole, Draymond's dealing with some stuff.
Okay.
You know,
it
Draymond's
doesn't give you
dealing
the
with
right
stuff.
to swing
Draymond's
on
dealing-
people.
Right, and then I started looking into it, and it
Mhm.
was like, oh, like Draymond suffers from epilepsy, and
Mm-hmm.
one of the side effects for epilepsy is like outbursts, angry,
Yeah.
emotional outbursts. Right?
True.
He hasn't been on that medication for over 5 years.
He has?
He has not. He stopped when he was 28. He's 33. So I don't think he's feeling side effects from a drug he hasn't taken in 5 years, man.
Right.
Like it's so like the whole excuses roller coaster, and then trying to divert from the actual matter at hand with this guy. It's whatever.
He's a toxic NBA
Yeah,
player.
there are plenty of dudes. Like we got Larry Legend right here, Dr. J, Julius Irving, two of the most respected players in the history of the game, choking each other out right here, right? Back then, like we already said, they were about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They weren't not backing down from this. As one guy wanted to do it, they're like, okay, well I got to be a man and go
Square
for it,
up.
right? Draymond Green's the only guy that's doing this nowadays.
Yeah, and he
that's
looks
the-
insane
Right.
for what?
Right. And also, not to mention, Joe Dumars, one of the main people. That was the other guy he was complimenting in his statement.
Mm-hmm.
One of the main guys that is making the decisions on all of this.
He was part of the Bad Boy Pistons.
He was part of the Bad Boy Pistons, and he also has known Draymond Green for pretty much his entire life.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's got a little bit of an inside move, like, hey, you say these things, we're going to get you back as soon as possible. Because I thought that, what has he gone, like 2 weeks?
But for me, the thing
Yeah,
is,
12 games.
12 games, so it's like I felt like he would be out like a month or something,
No,
but
2
apparently he's
yes.
seen enough therapy to completely change his outlook on life.
I don't think
the
so.
past
The
2
thing
weeks.
is, in my opinion, which I don't like to say, whenever there's something crazy that's going on, it hits the climax to the point where, God forbid that happens, but there's going to be a point where he hits someone so hard that it's going to influence their life.
Yeah.
And that's probably going to be the point where people are like, oh my God.
No,
maybe
that
it's not
actually, I
okay
think
now."
that happened in a college game
I don't like
back in the day.
I don't like the idea of that happening.
Yeah.
Why don't you stop
Cheap
it
shot.
before there's this climax where someone gets really hurt?
Yeah.
Maybe you should, actually go to therapy. I don't know what kind of therapy he went to for 2 weeks.
On a
I-
lighter note, okay,
Yeah.
go ahead. On a lighter
No, that's
note,
it.
I am going to steal this content from, the Dan Patrick Show, but a caller called in and said that a good punishment for Draymond Green would be
What?
that he wears the shorts from the 80s. He has to wear the 80s shorts If he wants to play like he's playing in the 80s, he's got to wear the 80s shirts
No,
in
those
a game.
those are crazy though.
Nah, that's
That would be
crazy.
hilarious.
Nah,
that would be like, everyone would love
That
it
would be
except for
love.
him.
I'd love to see
I think
that.
Steph would even start dying laughing on that.
No.
I don't think that would be for the kids.
Can we see, like, for people who don't know, can you show them how
80s
short,
shorts. Let's pull
how
it up.
they're so short?
Even the running shorts back in the we're
They're
gonna
s-
get, we're
what?
getting back to shorter shorts. So I'm wearing pretty short shorts right now. But
Do
they're
you
not
like the
quite-
idea of that, or it makes you uncomfortable?
to make Draymond wear the shorts?
No, just in regular life, why are the shorts so short
I would
for
never
men?
wear these shorts, but like men. So I don't know if I can do a little. I can't really see.
check them out. No, that's ridiculous. That's a bikini.
Like, that's crazy, bro.
That's a bikini.
Yeah, I don't know how.
You will never see me wearing that
everything's
on the
intact.
beach
Never.
ever. And
Ever,
I'm
brother.
a girl, and I'm probably supposed to wear.
nah,
it.
That's
I
when
don't know.
everyone was
Crazy.
wearing jock straps. Now we just wear those athletic, like, Under Armour undies that.
Yeah, triple shorts, and this is all they had back then.
And look at those socks too. They should, if Draymond Green showed
Why
up
is
to a
he-
game wearing that, I would just be
No, that looks
elated.
painful.
That does look painful.
Hey, that's
actually. Yeah,
crazy.
he's getting a little launching pad down there.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
Holy smokes! So anyway, we could get creative with punishments. I'm
With
just saying, like, it doesn't have to be just games missed. We could
I just hope that he calms down.
publicly shame him.
The one thing about Draymond Green, that's how he plays. That's the only way he knows how to play is aggressive. And I feel like there is a fine line between aggressiveness and just going overboard. And
I
like
agree.
there's too many times, and we're having this conversation over and over again about Draymond Green. How many times are you gonna go overboard to the fact to where we sit here and we're talking about you time and time again?
The
like,
thing is also
is this gonna be the last time?
no.
I don't think so.
I'm telling you right now,
I
it's
don't
not
think
going to be the last time because he's not getting the right punishment. First of all,
His own
He
coach
sees
and
people-
teammates have praised him for this. Up
I was
until
about
right
to say
now.
that, and then also you are completely. I 100% agree with you. Like no matter what kind of sport you're playing, it will bring you aggression. The thing is, my coaches used to piss me off on purpose, so I run better. But I had a control over my body and control over my thoughts to the limit where I would not like punch someone who's running next to me.
Right.
You know, which I could do easily. Nothing's stopping me for real, but. So there's this fine line between
Like, I have the
aggression,
physical
like
capability.
Oh,
I
I
could
sure
Draymond
do.
a Yusuf
I
Nurkic
sure
if I wanted.
do.
If I really
I'm just
wanted
saying.
to.
I'm saying. No, I had very bad experiences with other sports, but physical. But I would never.
You a fighter in your time? Let us know.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but one thing
Damn.
is,
You weren't just
I
jumping off of
learn-
buildings back
no,
in the day.
No, I learned how to put every single thing that I get, which is considered negative, into positive. And I think this is the skill that you get when you grow up and become an adult at the end of the day. When I'm 21 and someone pisses me off, I use that negative and I go to the gym. I use that negative and it gives me, and I make it an energy and I do something about it. You know what I mean?
Talk to me.
Mhm.
So, in his specific case, I don't know. It's scary. It scares me. I don't want anyone to get injured because Do you remember the injuries from the 80s that people used to get?
They didn't. They honestly played like
'Cause
every
I've
game
seen
in
a
the 80s.
clip
They
from
played way
some-
more. They played way more games per season than these guys do.
Yeah, I've seen someone had a. I don't remember what video was it. What game was it too? But
Yeah.
someone broke like a leg and it was like an open. How do you call this?
Somebody
Open wound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want
No,
to see
there's been
this kind
some
of stuff.
that might be. So we only have like 6 minutes left, but that might
you guys
be
need to
that
do the
might be like a
lineups.
fun. That might be like a fun. Maybe not too fun actually. Kind of
No.
gory but interesting. Gnarly basketball injuries.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Should we
thinking one off
make
the
any-
top of my head.
Dude from Louisville.
Well, yeah, that one.
Wasn't it
But
Ware?
also,
He just
it was
took
like,
a 3-pointer and he landed and his
I
shin.
know.
Yeah.
I know.
the
So-
bone stuck out. Yeah, I remember that. That was live was crazy. And then also like someone got socked. Like he ended up becoming like a head coach, I think.
He got socked and he
later,
became a
but,
head coach.
Carlisle.
Nah, I forgot his name.
Anyway, so yeah, let's break down our starting fives. Me and producer Matt rocking the starting fives, baby.
Talk to me.
Bam, bam,
And you're gonna be the judge. And this time,
Alright.
I don't want you towing the line in between. I need you to be like, who got the best starting line?
Okay.
Starting five for the All
But I can
Stars.
only
It's
judge
obviously
so far,
mine,
though,
Matt. So
like-
just might as well just give up.
Whatever the
All right,
decision is.
so all right, you go first. You go first.
All right. So for my East starting lineup, look, first of all, the West is so much more stacked. But for the East starting five, I have Joel Embiid, Giannis, Jason Tatum, Tyrese Halliburton, and Trae Young. For the West, I have
Sorry, say that again. Trae Young, Halliburton, Embiid,
Tatum.
Tatum, and Giannis. Okay.
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then honestly, for the West, I think I had Luka, Shea, Nikola, Kawhi, and LeBron.
Ooh. Okay, so our East is exactly the same.
Are you
Right.
serious?
Yeah. I got Halliburton, Young, Giannis, Embiid, Tatum. It's kind of it's almost like a no-brainer. The only okay, I take that
There
back.
is
I
not
take
a-
that back. It's not a complete no-brainer.
Yeah.
There was a internal debate for me with Trae Young and Jalen Brunson.
Mm-hmm.
The Knicks are playing really well this year. Jalen Brunson is having a really good season.
Mm-hmm.
The Hawks are like about to they were actually talking about trading DeJounte Murray to the Lakers earlier today.
Yeah, I've seen
But DeJounte's not going to help them, dude. They need Bogdan, like I've been saying.
that.
But the Hawks actually want to get rid of DeJounte, so we'll see. So I was thinking like Jalen Brunson or Trae Young, but Trae Young's got 11 assists and 27 points a game. That's all-star. You got to be an all-star if that's what you're doing, even if you're not. And it's not like the Knicks are in first place or anything. So I went with him. Okay, so my West lineup a little different. I got Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, as you do, and then I have Anthony Edwards, the Ant-Man, who is playing all defensive level right now for the first place. Well, him and the Shea are both tied for first place with the Thunder and the Timberwolves, respectively. Jokic, Sabonis, and Davis. So I got Sabonis and Davis, and you have Kawhi and LeBron. I'm just going Davis because, I mean, I appreciate good defense, and I don't think LeBron plays a lick of defense anymore. He's an all-star. Without a doubt, LeBron's an all-star.
Yeah, but in this competition-
starters, the top five on that
Yeah.
team, Anthony Davis has been playing defense, which nobody else really on that team has been doing. So although they're treading water, it's his defensive play is allowing them not to just drop into the basement. And then Sabonis has been putting up like 25, 30, and 50. He's just been like lighting up the world. He's almost unstoppable. So Domantas Sabonis, Domas as I call him because we're buds, and Jokic, that's my front court right there. And Elle just refused to make her starting fives.
Yep. 'Cause I like-
That's why she's the judge right now.
Yeah.
Man.
Okay. I actually made what do you
I'm trying to think. I'm thinking.
We got 2 minutes.
Okay.
Oh my god. All right, no, that's fine. That's fine. Celtics got absolutely mollywopped by the but
Okay.
you think I'll just keep talking. Celtics got
Let us know
absolutely
I'm probably
mollywopped
gonna
last
go.
night.
I'm probably gonna go with Daniels just because the
Blair.
the LeBron thing that really got me. He's not at his best defense. He is an all-star, as he said, but Anthony is a little younger, and has more power to
I
him.
wouldn't be mad at Anthony Davis being the starting
Yeah.
five in the All-Star.
And I had LeBron in that spot before, but then I saw the game last night, and I was like,
Recency
Miami?
bias,
Huh?
I
Did
guess.
they play Miami or who did they play?
they
Last
played
the Suns.
the Suns,
Oh,
and
yeah,
LeBron
yeah,
only
yeah.
scored like 10 points or something like that.
Yeah.
Scored 10 points.
So
lost by 30.
even if Anthony Davis only puts up 10 points, he's still putting it down on the defensive end.
Yep. So Daniel.
Thank you, El. I
course.
really appreciate that.
I guess.
Yes,
I
I finally won something. Oh my god.
All right, guys. I think
I'd
Till
it's
like to
next
time
thank
for
my
us
mom.
to wrap up.
Or
you
you
wanna
guys playing
s-
me off?
Go
I'm
ahead.
just kidding.
What did you want to say? Sorry, go
It was
ahead.
my acceptance speech, like at the Golden Globes
Oh,
for
okay,
my
go ahead.
award for winning
Okay,
the
but don't make no
best
jokes.
All-Star lineup. You better
No
believe,
jokes.
huh?
No jokes. The
Okay,
Golden
the whole
Globes,
thing's a joke.
Real.
Hell, my life's a joke.
Yeah,
That's
it's okay.
that's not true, sir.
Yeah, right.
That's true.
Thanks, Matt.
Mine's joke
I
too.
also
Life is
like
just
that.
thank
a
you, Elle,
big.
because I
Life
I'd
is
like to
just a
keep it
joke.
light.
Life is just a joke, for real. So does it really matter?
All right. Well, that's the end of our hour. I'll
Go
take us
there,
off.
Arthur.
So this
Yeah.
has been Duck Discussions on 22West Media, all forms. You go to 22westmedia.com, hop on the YouTube channel. We're streaming live every Friday at 2 p.m. Get the app for your convenience. 88.1. I don't know where y'all are listening, but it'd be HD Channel 3 if you got 88.1, which not many people have. My name is Daniel McMahon. I'm here with Elmira Darmanian, producer Matt. Thank you for listening.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when they send the payment to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when they send the payment to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning.
For joining us. We're going to get right into it here. Real quick, I'm Bruce Kuntz here with Garrett Novak. We're live on 22 West Radio HD. Let me repeat that. Welcome into Around the... I wasn't sure if we were muted or not.
We got the gang back together for the first time in a month.
Yeah, we've got everybody here. I'm Bruce Kuntz, Garrett Novak here co-hosting Kaylee Gallagher on the production duties. We're live on 22 West Radio, HD Channel 3, 22westmedia.com, the 22 West YouTube channel, and the 22 West Radio app. We're going to get right into things here. As always, we'll start with the recap of everything that has happened in the last week since our last show. And we'll start right away. Teoscar Hernandez going to the Dodgers to continue a fantastic offseason in Los Angeles. What do you think of that move, Garrett?
Woo! Dodgers! Yay! Love talking about the Dodgers.
You know I can do it as long as we can.
Yeah. No, it's a great move. It kind of seemed like he was going to go there the whole offseason. That's really where all the traction was going, was Teoscar going to the Dodgers. I like where he slots in. Mashes lefties really well. All the peripherals look really good. Bit of a high strikeout rate for me. I didn't really like how he performed last year in that Mariners offense. Struggled a little bit at times. Slots in around the 6 hole. These projected lineups are saying he's going to bat 6 behind Muncy. I don't love that 5-6. Like, obviously very good players, but, sometimes in a big moment, I could see back-to-back strikeouts from these two.
There's a lot of whiff there, for sure. The part about this deal that surprised me the most, I think, as the Dodgers and Hernandez were being connected throughout the offseason, I expected with multiple teams in the mix, including the Red Sox, maybe the Angels, that he might get at least a multi-year deal. I was expecting it might run into the 3 or 4 year range. At that point, I was very hesitant. I didn't think that the Dodgers were going to go there. But winding up getting him 1 year deal, at least in my opinion, there isn't really such thing as a bad 1 year deal. Even if everything goes terribly wrong, you're done with it after 1 year. You can move on. And with a guy like Teoscar Hernandez, who has so much slug in his history, he struggled last year in Seattle, but his home-away splits looked like he played a lot better on the road. I think there might have been just something going on. He wasn't seeing the ball in Seattle, but now he heads to Los Angeles. Much more lineup protection than
way sunnier
in Seattle. And he's that big right-handed bat that the Dodgers really needed. Can go in. He can mash left-handed pitching. He has throughout his career an OPS above 850 in his career against southpaws. And, yeah, just getting him for 1 year mitigates the risk, where really all I see here for the Dodgers is upside.
I completely agree. It's almost a 1 year kind of bet on yourself deal for Teoscar. I don't think anyone's going to really give him that 3-4 he wanted. You go in, you can sit in the heart of that order, and you can hit what you can do. Just sit back, score some runs whenever you get on base, knock in people with sac flies, do whatever you need to do. You're going to put a lot of solid numbers up just by existing in that offense. And even if he plays relatively well, his numbers could be like 270, 800 OPS, 95, 100 RBIs just by chilling in the 6 hole with another 80 runs. So, I mean, I could definitely see him getting a much bigger contract after this. I don't think he'll stay with the Dodgers after this season, but great bet on yourself contract for Hernandez. It's going to be a good one for him.
Yeah, I agree. I think that another part of this that surprised me a little bit, Teoscar, not really the profile that the Dodgers typically target. Low walk rate, high strikeout rate, a lot of whiffs like he talked about. But the deeper you dive into his profile, the contact quality is just fantastic. So really all the Dodgers need to do, slide him in that 6-7 spot in the lineup, Don't ask for too much. The offense doesn't have to ride with Teoscar Hernandez. Just be part of the machine, and just get the bat on the ball, and good things will happen. That's kind of what it'll come down to for him.
Yeah, good deal overall. I want to touch on the deferrals a little bit. I like the deferrals for this one. I believe $10 million from 2030 to 2039. Honestly, if I were a player, I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
I retire whenever he wants to retire. He's already over 30 now. I've got $1 million of income coming in for a decade by the time that comes around. So
Right.
keep using the exploit while you still got it. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, we'll see if that gets addressed in a future CBA agreement. But for now, totally allowed. It's specifically written in, and the Dodgers are taking advantage of that this offseason. We knew already coming in, Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman had some pretty significant deferrals in their deals. Now we've got Ohtani, now Teoscar Hernandez with some big deferrals as well. Like you said, I mean, the good thing for Teoscar, I think he's betting on himself a little bit, taking a one-year deal. I would say, though, it's still $23.5 million. Even if everything goes wrong, I mean, he can retire and never have to worry about money ever again. So he's in good shape, but I would think that this is a good opportunity for him to go to a good situation, bounce back, and kind of become the all-star slugger that we got used to seeing in Toronto. And then next offseason, I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to get that 3 to 4 year contract.
Yeah, I see like a Castellanos type deal for him next
Yeah.
year if he produces how we expect him to. 4 years, 60, 70.
Yeah, I agree. And like you said, I don't think it'll be with the Dodgers if he winds up getting to that point. But if he goes, 1 year with the Dodgers, we've seen that a lot where guys go to LA for 1 year, get their careers, back on track. Teoscar's still really good, so I don't want to make it sound like he's a total reclamation. But, get back to the all-star level and then go get a bigger deal in free agency. That's a trend that we've seen, and it might continue here with this guy. Next here, we've got Shota Imanaga. Ran his deadline right up to the end with his posting deadline that was set to expire on Thursday. Wound up signing, I believe the official went deal actually on Wednesday. So barely got it in before he would have had to return to Japan, but winds up going to the Cubs. Only 4 year and $53 million guaranteed. Not as much money as I think a lot of people expected. There were talks maybe it would exceed $100 million guaranteed. Winds up only getting 4 years and $53 million. I like this deal for the Cubs.
Yeah, I think this is an absolute steal. I was looking at this when we were prepping for this podcast. I should have worn my Wrigleyville jersey just for this deal. This is an amazing deal. This is half of what he could have gotten, honestly. You look at the peripherals, his RPMs on his stuff, 300 points higher than the average for MLB lefties. Velo, 1.5 miles per hour higher than the average. This guy, he's had a great track record in Japan. That's a proven league nowadays. Everyone knows it's almost fair comparison between both the leagues. 3.18 ERA in his career, had his best season last year of his career with a 2.8 in the Central League over there in Japan. This is a steal. This is a mini Yoshinobu Yamamoto for a sixth of the price, and I think it's going to be really fun to watch him grow in that Cubs system.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think the thing I'm a little bit concerned with, and I've seen other people voice this too, I don't know if Wrigley is a great fit for him. I'm a little bit afraid of how the home run ball could bite him. Like you mentioned, he's got that great analytically inclined fastball, and he really showed it in the World Baseball Classic, pitching for Team Japan. He was one of their better arms as they went on to win the gold medal. But not a lot of velo, even if the spin, everything like that is great. So I am a little bit afraid of how the home run ball might catch up to him. Wrigley's not a great park to pitch in for that. But overall, I mean, even if, the home run ball winds up being an issue, he's still going to provide some really quality innings. And with the prices that we've seen happening for starting pitching this offseason, this is a really good deal for the Cubs because worst case, he's going to eat a solid amount of innings. And at 4 years, $53 million guaranteed, I mean, that's really just not a very high price to pay for that. He's also got a pretty unique contract structure that I'm going to try my best to break down here. It is very complicated, but basically 4 years, $53 million is the guarantee. After years 2 and after years 3, Chicago will have the option to extend the overall contract to a 5-year, $80 million deal. If they decline that in either year 2 or year 3, then Imanaga will have the chance to opt out of the deal altogether and become a free agent at that point. So this could be anything from a 2-year deal, a 3-year deal, a 4-year deal, or a 5-year deal. It's a unique structure, but overall I think that the posting fee deadline must have played a part here. Imanaga had a timer ticking and kind of just had to sign a deal that might not have been his best financially, but he still winds up with a pretty good chunk of change in Chicago.
I think this deal is starting to speak to a bigger change that we're starting to see in these contract negotiations. Keyword flexibility, I think, on all fronts for a lot of these deals, no matter what they are. We got vesting options coming up that we're going to talk about, all the deferrals we've had coming out, all these opt-outs, a lot of stuff getting added in these deals that we did not see over the last couple of decades. So it's really interesting to see how these are going to keep expanding over these next couple of off seasons. Maybe another potential topic you could add into that CBA discussion is something like that going to be addressed. Are these going to be any flexibility caps on these deals? Any things you can or can't do they might change in the future?
Yeah, these contracts, like you said, getting more and more unique with everyone that gets signed. Different things with vesting options and deferrals. It's every contract is different than the next, and that's something that's becoming more evident with every single deal that gets signed. Like you mentioned, we'll talk about a vesting option here. Marcus Stroman wound up signing with the Yankees, 2 years, $37 million guaranteed. Another contract here where obviously Stroman carries a lot of baggage. There's many differing opinions on Marcus Stroman, not only on the field but off the field. And he winds up only getting a 2 year, $37 million guarantee. For a third year, he'll have a vesting option, according to John Heyman, that if he pitches a certain amount of innings in that second year, it'll opt in to a 3-year deal. But only a 2 year, $37 million guarantee for Marcus Stroman.
Yeah, honestly, as you mentioned, that innings line, it's 140, a great prize picks line, got to say. Last 2 years, I believe it was 136 and 132. In the last 2 years, he's hit that 140 mark 4 times previously in his career. So a great line for the Yankees to set. We'll see if Stroman hits it. But overall, man, I like Stroman. I really like Stroman a lot. I'm one of the believers in his camp. Wish he would have got a little more money, but you could look at that second half. He had a 2.96 going into the second half. Had like nearly a 5.6 ERA in only about 6 starts. Really got shelled during the end of that year. Had some rib injuries. Had a hip issue. He was trying to battle through. Unfortunate end to his season. But when this guy's healthy, I think he's just a competitor. Gets the job done. I like how he slots into that Yankees rotation. They need some depth. They need an innings eater, which he really isn't. But I hope he can hit that line, and I hope he's going to have a really good season for the Yankees.
The Yankees needed rotation help for sure. We saw they were really heavily in on Yoshinobu Yamamoto, wanted him really bad, wound up losing him to the Dodgers. Now they pivot. Marcus Stroman not quite on Yamamoto's level, but still a guy that if you get him at his best, like you mentioned, in the first half of last year, that's a really, really quality, almost all-star level pitcher when he's at his best. When he's at his worst, though, like you mentioned, in the second half, it can be really bad. So we'll have to see what happens. Marcus Stroman, not a guy who shies away from the bright lights. He'll have to be continue being that way in the Bronx. But yeah, we'll have to see how that deal works out there with the Yankees.
Yeah, a couple things go your way in that Yankees rotation. Cortez comes back to form. Rodon has a good year, hopefully. Stroman's decent. Then you're like, wow, you got 4 starters in this lineup. Maybe you get a little bit of Clark Schmidt at the end. You're like, wow, that's a top rotation in baseball potentially.
A lot of variance though, because
all
those guys could go the wrong way as well. So
yeah, who
that'll
knows?
Be an interesting team to watch. They picked up Juan Soto. Now, that pitching side, I think, is where all the eyes are. I still wouldn't be surprised if the Yankees go out and get another starter at some point here in this offseason. They've been connected to Josh Hader, too, on the bullpen side of things. So we'll see if they might have some more money to spend. But even as it stands right now, that's a rotation that if they just bet that they get the best side of everybody, that still could be a pretty good team. Next, we've got, just this morning, Jordan Hicks signing with the Giants. 4 years, $44 million. Pretty big guarantee there, more than I expected to see out of Hicks, and it was a little bit more explained once I saw the Giants are going to try and run him out as a starting pitcher. The Cardinals have experimented with that a couple different times in his career. It hasn't worked out either time. The thing that I think is interesting with Hicks and his probability as a starter, he's got that high velocity fastball everybody knows about. The dude throws triple digits. He's got a really nice sweeper as his main off-speed pitch. He's got a splitter that is a solid third offering. I think that works. The arsenal part of it isn't the concern. I think the main part of it is his command. I don't know if he throws enough strikes, especially with the fastball, to get deep enough in outings to be a consistent starting pitcher, and that's kind of what he's run into when the Cardinals have tried to do it with him, and then he's wound up shifting back to the bullpen. So we'll see what happens here with the Giants. I think with this 4-year, $44 million deal, you kind of have to hope that he sticks as a starter for that money to be worth it. If not, even in the back end of the back end of the bullpen, that's a lot of money to be paying.
Yeah, it's a scary deal for me. I'm not sure I like it too much. They can try and throw him out there as a starter. You look at 2022 when he had 8 starts. Multiple were 1 or 2 innings. He had 1 of those 8 where he actually reached the 5-inning plateau. Didn't go beyond that. So it's really concerning to throw this guy out as a starter. He's going to have to bring that velo a tick down or two. He's had some injury concerns in the past. I don't know if the arm is there to make it happen, to go deep enough in ball games, and it's going to tax your bullpen even more if you're 3 or 4 starters going out there every 5th day and he's only giving you 3 to 4 innings of work.
Yeah, it seems like a bit of desperation kind of played into this one, I think, when I look at it. The Giants have been involved with a lot of different names, as is typical for them this offseason, and they wound up with Jung Ho Lee on the batting side, but on the pitching side, they haven't really gotten too much so far. They traded for Robbie Ray, but on the free agent market, they struck out on Yoshinobu Yamamoto, they struck out on Shota Imanaga, and now they try and go after Jordan Hicks, not a guy that I really expected to see slotting into a starting rotation, and especially with teams in the division in the NL West, like the Dodgers, like the Padres, that typically show a lot of patience at the plate. Jordan Hicks is going to have to throw strikes to those teams in order to be successful, and I'm not totally sure that he's going to be capable of doing that.
Yeah, just to take a step back and look at this Giants offseason as a whole, it just feels like pressure moves. All feel like pressure moves. It feels like they're getting pressured to do these moves because of all this outside influence. They've lost these big free agents in the past. The Dodgers are steamrolling them with all their free agent acquisitions. I feel like the Giants are just under the microscope, and they're putting even more pressure on themselves, and I think they're making poor moves as a result of it.
Yeah, it's not something that I really expected to see from Farhan Zaidi and that Giants front office. They've typically been pretty calculated, trying to operate on a similar level to the Dodgers. Zaidi obviously was a member of that Dodger front office for a long time, and I've seen a lot of similarities to how the two organizations operate. But this offseason, it seems like there's been a little bit more aggressiveness from the Giants. I think they sense that they can't sit back and continue to be too patient anymore. That fan base is unsettled, and they really need something to turn around there in San Francisco to get back to being one of the premier organizations in baseball.
Yeah, my last thought on that is, if Michael Lorenzen can turn into a quality starter, maybe Jordan Hicks can too, so let me my little sprinkle of hope there. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I agree. Couple more depth kind of moves. We had Brent Suter going to the Reds, Luke Weaver going to the Yankees. Both major league deals that are that'll shore up some pitching depth for both squads. Both those deals were reported by Robert Murray. Brent Suter will slot into that Reds bullpen. They've made a few nice pitching additions this offseason. And then Luke Weaver, we were just talking about that Yankees rotation where there's a lot of question marks there, not only in terms of performance, but also in terms of health. Weaver, cheap, $1 year, $2 million, with a club option. He can slot in there for the Yankees and fill in some innings when they need it.
Yeah, could also be Luke Weaver's last chance to prove himself as an MLB player. Had a real rough season last year.
Yeah, he's been bounced around for a few different organizations now. Was originally traded to the D-backs in that Paul Goldschmidt trade that sent Goldie to St. Louis, and now he heads to the Yankees trying to reestablish himself as a big leaguer. Like you said, I think I was a little surprised to see him get a major league deal this offseason. If he struggles this year, winds up hitting free agency again, if the Yankees decline that club option, next year it might be more of a minor league deal. So this is a big year for him to establish himself as a big leaguer for sure.
Look at the other deal. I like the Suter deal more because I think if this guy goes out there and gives you 5 innings of 3 earned runs in every 5th day, the Reds have a chance to win some games, and I'm super high on the Reds this year, so I'm rooting for anybody that goes to Reds. I'd love to see them do something in that Central Division.
Yeah, Suter's been a consistent guy for many years now. He'll go out in that bullpen, maybe give you a spot start or two, maybe fill a couple multi-inning relief roles, and he'll just give you some quality innings. There's not a lot of variance there. You can know what to expect out of the
You can bank on a 4-5.
Yeah, I think so. Zach Plesac also going to the Angels. This one a little bit older, but I'm going to just throw the floor to you, Garrett. You're the Angel expert in the house. Let's hear what you have to say.
So I woke up this morning, and I was reading a tweet, and someone was like, the Angels are 2 injuries away from having to roll out Plesac and Suarez 2 out every 5 days, and that made me sadly laugh. Plesac, I believe he had 1 good year, and it's been up and down since. There have been some character concerns. The deeper caveat, have you heard of the Trevor Bauer stuff connected to Plesac in this? Kaylee's heard about it.
Yeah.
So, personally, I'm on the Trevor Bauer wave. I'd love for him to come to the Angels, but apparently the Angels said no. That's what all the rumors are saying. And so apparently the Angels went out and interviewed Bauer about Plesac to see if he'd be a right fit for the clubhouse. That's a super interesting caveat. Kind of rude to Bauer that they said no to him because he tried to join the Angels, apparently, allegedly, all hypothetical.
Yeah.
And then went back and asked him.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things going around. I know Bauer has said a lot of things in the past. I don't know what we can not fully trust, what we can't, but that's definitely an interesting situation. The thing that I thought was interesting with this Angels move, signing Plesac, 1 year, $1 million, not a lot of risk there. Like you said, he's been pretty terrible with Cleveland, wound up getting non-tendered after falling off a cliff pretty much after he started his big league career pretty good, then really started to struggle. But the Angels wound up, this was a move that I just thought, it doesn't look very calculated. They just signed Adam Kolarek, a veteran left-handed pitcher, to a major league deal just earlier in the offseason. It's not like he's been in the organization.
It was like $900K in November.
Very beginning of the offseason, they give him a 40-man spot, a major league deal, and then you get like a month later, maybe a month and a half, and then they wound up having to outright Kolarek off of the 40-man roster in order to make this move. Now you've got $900,000 fully guaranteed, and Kolarek doesn't even have a 40-man roster spot. That's just the kind of thing that signals to me that the Angels are just kind of flying blind into the offseason. And, you know, $900,000, not a huge deal, but it just doesn't sound very professional to me to see that kind of, you know, random move being made.
No, I completely agree. And personally, I like Kolarek more than I like Plesac. Kolarek's had some decent seasons as a reliever. You know, he's one of those deals where, like, who knows, maybe he comes out and actually gives you like a 3.5 ERA over 40, 50 innings. But, you know, Angels are going to be the Angels. All I care about now is development of Zach Neto and Logan O'Hoppe and Nolan Chaniel and some cool bullpen arms we have, or starters. We'll see what happens.
Only hope for the Angels.
MLB.com did put out. Did you see the predictions post they made on Instagram? They put the predictions for the next 10 years of World Series. Unfortunately, we will lose to the Rockies, I believe, in 2031, maybe 2033, 2030.
Was it 2030?
But considering that my personal outlook had us in the 2040s range, I'll take a World Series appearance in 2030.
Go 15 years down the road, wonder what that means for Artie Moreno. Plenty of different things could change there in Anaheim. They'll need to, because that franchise needs a lot of turning around to do.
You're telling me.
Yeah. Moving down the list here, we've got a couple more kind of depth moves before we get to a big trade to talk about that happened. Andrew Knizer to the Rangers, little backup catcher deal there, 1 year, $1.825 million reported by John Heyman. The Rangers wound up losing their backup catcher in Mitch Garver. Pick up Knizer, who's been with the Cardinals, wound up getting non-tendered, but now he heads to Texas. Solid little move there. He's got a minor league option remaining too, so if they decide to send him to AAA at some point, they can. Just a depth move. Thought I'd throw it out there. Might as well cover it.
Yeah, this guy's playing about 40 games because it's Jonah Heim's season, baby.
Absolutely. He's their number one, 100%. We've also got another deal that happened yesterday. Naoki Uwasawa, excuse me for butchering that, but he wound up signing with the Rays on a minor league deal. His posting period was set to expire just a little bit after Shota Imanaga's on Thursday, and no deal was reported for Uwasawa. Sounded like he was just going to have to go back to Japan. There was no whispers that he had signed anywhere. Got a couple hours past when his deadline had actually hit, and then the news broke that he signed a minor league deal with the Tampa Bay Rays. Uwasawa's 29, low 90s velo on the fastball. Didn't strike out a lot of guys in Japan, which I think kind of makes teams hesitate on how his game will translate over to the major leagues. But hey, I mean, a 29-year-old who's put up pretty solid numbers in Japan on a minor league deal, especially going to a team like the Rays, who you know will make the most out of him. I think that this could be one that teams will wind up looking back on some point, you know, middle of the 2024 season and say, why didn't we give that guy a 40-man roster spot? We could have had him for nothing.
Yeah, you just brought it up. This just seems like peak Rays to me. Seems like they snuck in at the very last moment, plucked this guy on it right when he was probably getting on the plane going back to Japan. I think this is fun. I think all the peripherals say not going to participate in the major league level, and somehow this guy in a year or two is probably going to go out and have a 2.70 ERA in that Rays bullpen for absolutely no reason. And it's just Rays things.
Absolutely. I mean, even if he winds up just covering some innings as a long reliever, you know, back end spot starts, something like that, I think the Rays will make the most out of him. And you know, I think whenever I see the Rays scoop up a guy on a minor league deal or make a little like low profile trade, anything like this, it immediately makes you circle that guy's name and say
anything low profile with the Rays is not low profile.
Yeah, we'll come back to that one. Mm-hmm. That's kind of what the Rays make you do. They've just got such a track record of turning guys that you don't really see much in right now, and then all of a sudden you look back like, how did we not see that? But only the Rays did. So we'll see what happens there with Uwasawa. But now I'm going to shift gears here before we head to the break. We've got about 7 minutes. The Dodgers and Cubs swung a really big trade yesterday, at least for me, who's been following what the Dodgers were going to do with Michael Busch through this whole offseason. a few days ago when the agreement with Teoscar Hernandez was announced, the Dodgers had a full 40-man roster. They weren't going to be able to make the move official until they did something. And then yesterday morning, the news broke from Juan Toribio, Yency Almonte getting traded to the Cubs. Seemed like that was just going to be a pretty basic, send Yency, whether it's cash or a player to be named later coming back, just clear up the 40-man spot. Easy, right? And then a few minutes later, then it came out, Michael Busch headed to Chicago too. And Busch is a guy I'm definitely very high on his bat. I think he doesn't have a place, or didn't have a place in Los Angeles. The defense just doesn't play, and there isn't really a spot in Dodger order for him. But the Cubs, big pickup for them. I think Busch, he won the AAA PCL MVP last year. He'll head to Chicago looking to lock down that first base, DH, third base, somewhere in there. He'll find a lot of at-bats. And I think the Cubs made a really good pickup here with Michael Busch.
I agree. I saw what you tweeted right when the news broke, and one of my friends texted me immediately. He's like, you both basically said we would have wanted to see more of a major league ready player, which I completely agree. I thought you guys were going to get something a little better for Busch. I mean, we'll see what Ferris turns into. Seems like he could be a pretty decent prospect. But looking at Busch, what do you think you could have gotten major league level? Where would you have wanted to address your team on the major league roster with a Busch trade? Who would you have wanted?
Pitching is what I was looking at, whether it's another starter, whether it's a reliever. I think as the last few days kind of developed and we were getting more and more, I mean, really once the Teoscar Hernandez news broke, that was the writing on the wall. Michael Busch was not going to be a Dodger. I think that at that point it seemed obvious they were going to have to move him because this guy, simply, he's 26, just won the AAA MVP award in the Pacific Coast League. He's not a minor leaguer anymore, and he needed to be in the majors, and there just wasn't a spot for him in LA. So especially once they picked up Hernandez, there wasn't going to be any playing time, and at that point I kind of shifted gears, and I was looking at maybe try and flip him for, a Devin Williams, Emmanuel Clase, maybe try and add him to a Dylan Cease package, something like that. I didn't really expect them to send him off for nobody that, especially two teenagers, not even close to impacting the big league roster, but I have to say, the more I've looked into this, Jackson Ferris, Zahir Hope, the two guys the Dodgers got back. Ferris, a 19-year-old who was drafted in the second round in 2022. Hope was an 11th round pick last year for the Cubs, but signed for money, a slot bonus that was equivalent to a 5th round pick, roughly. These two guys are both super, super helium kind of arms. Well, Ferris being an arm, Hope being an outfielder. These two guys, I think, are going to be really, really worth watching. I think Ferris, once he gets to LA, he's got a big fastball, rides it into the upper 90s. His slider, really, really, really gross. And he's got the starter's arsenal. He really tracks with the rest of the Dodgers system as a guy who, if he can get to Los Angeles and he can throw strikes, he could develop into a really, really nice starting pitcher at the major league level. If he can't throw strikes, then you wind up looking at, reliever risk, winding up transitioning to the bullpen at some point. But he's got the stuff either way to be a major leaguer. So I like that pickup a lot. Jackson Ferris is a guy that could explode this next year. Zahir Hope is another guy that is going to be really, really worth watching. He's got great bat speed, 70-grade runner, super, super fast in the outfield. Just tools is the guy, the thing to talk about with Zahir Hope. Super, super great tools, and those are the guys that the Dodgers target. You look at James Outman, he was a football player in high school. Some other guys through the system, Kendall George was their first-round pick last year. The Dodgers have a trend, go get the guys who have the great athleticism and then turn them into baseball players, and Zahir Hope is another guy like that. But yeah, I'm excited for this move. Michael Busch is a guy that I'm really happy for. Even though it's not going to be as a Dodger, he gets to go somewhere else now where he gets to get consistent playing time, try and establish himself as a major leaguer like he deserves. And I think overall this is the best thing for both parties. Dodgers pick up a couple guys that could move quickly up through the ranks in the system in these next few years, and Michael Busch gets to go be a major leaguer. With that, I think we're going to just send it to the advertisement break. Make sure to stick with us. We'll be back in 5 minutes to talk more rumors. We've got some front office moves that happen that we'll go over and more. So stick with us after the break.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get.
Welcome back in for the second half of Around the Bases. I'm Bruce Coons here with Garrett Novak, Kaylee Gallagher on the production. We're going to get right back into things. First, we want to talk about some front office moves that have been made around baseball. The first, the big one, Alex Anthopoulos, the Braves president of baseball operations, the head of everything that they've been doing in Atlanta, extended through the 2031 season. A 7-year extension, pretty aggressive for that Braves ownership group to give Anthopoulos that type of guarantee. Most executives get 3 to 5 year contracts typically, but the Braves feel good about what they've done with Alex Anthopoulos. I don't think you can blame him for that, and he winds up getting extended through the 2031 season.
Hey, I mean, he put the current team together. The current team's extended through 2031. Why not extend him to 2031? It seems like it's a good deal all around. I like it. I like the aggressiveness. He's been making great moves throughout his tenure with the Braves. I don't see a reason why not to, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they've done so much winning. There's really no reason not to do this. I think the consensus, you couldn't find anyone to argue with you when you say that Anthopoulos is one of the best executives in baseball. So it's good to see him get that type of guarantee. 7 years, he's locked down in Atlanta. We'll see if that gives more teams the idea of giving their best executives longer extensions like that. I like it, honestly, when you've got a guy who you feel comfortable with and you feel confident is building the best team that he can, and especially when someone like Anthopoulos has the track record that he already does of winning in Atlanta since he got there, there's really no reason not to, in my mind, because, I mean, especially with an executive like that, it isn't like a player where, all of a sudden they could lose production or whatever with age or anything like that. Anthopoulos should be Anthopoulos as long as he's going in the business, and the Braves will try and keep him in Atlanta as long as that is.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with all those points.
Another really cool front office move, the Marlins hiring Rachel Balkovec as their director of player development. That's pretty cool to see. She worked her way up through the Yankees system in the minor leagues coaching in these last few years, and now she gets a job heading player development with the Marlins. The Marlins have made a few different moves in their front office this offseason, wound up letting go of Kim Ng, but now they pick up Rachel Balkovec as their director of player development.
Yeah, kind of flipping the script after that Kim Ng move we saw earlier on in the offseason. They get Rachel here, did great stuff with the minor leagues on the Yankees side of things. Now she's just working her way up the ladder. Now she's in charge of all player development for the Marlins. She's going to find herself in the majors here in a couple of years.
Yeah, I agree. That's the trend that it seems to be on, and it's really good to see. She's done everything that she needs to do, totally deserving of the role, and she gets it, so it's nice to see. Another one, Chaim Bloom, taking an advisory role with the Cardinals. He was the Red Sox president of baseball ops for the last few years. One of his first big moves was trading Mookie Betts away to the Dodgers, and he's made plenty of other moves there that have been somewhat controversial in Boston. He wound up leaving that organization with a pretty split opinion on him from the fan base, with some Red Sox fans really, really believing in Chaim Bloom's vision, and other ones being excited to usher him out of town. But now he's going to be in a sort of part-time advisory role with the Cardinals. I think that I like the way that he built up that Red Sox farm system in his time there. I think I 100% believe when we look back at that Mookie Betts deal, that was not a good one. But overall, I think that he did a good job there with Boston, and somebody who has experience being pretty much the number one in an organization like Bloom is always a good pickup for another organization as an advisor.
Yeah, it's almost really, really controversial, his tenure with the Red Sox. A lot of people really, really split. Big crevasse between those two ideologies on Chaim Bloom. It seems like he's got to take a little bit of a back seat, build up the resume a little bit more in an advisory role, but, he's probably going to have another opportunity coming his way soon.
Yeah, I agree. He'll wind up with another top job here at some point, but take a year recovery, do some advising with the Cardinals, and then look towards next offseason and beyond. He's still a young guy, so plenty of years left to get back into a GM or president of baseball ops role somewhere else. I would expect that he'll be here to stay in the baseball business, and he'll be back with another team at some point soon. So with that, we had another big deadline yesterday with the arbitration deadline. Yesterday was the final day that teams could agree to contracts with arbitration eligible players and avoid having to go to those arbitration hearings. Many big players throughout baseball wound up agreeing to deals before the deadline hit. Juan Soto wound up breaking the arbitration eligible record for the salary that he's going to make at $31 million. That's more than Shohei Ohtani made last year when he set the record. But we had some big players who didn't wind up coming to agreements with their teams. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is the biggest one that will be headed to an arbitration hearing. He's looking for $19.9 million is, I believe, what the report was, and the Jays were about $2 million off of that. Luis Ariz, Adolis Garcia, Jazz Chisholm, Taylor Ward, some other big names that are going to be heading to arbitration hearings.
I look at this crop of names that we've put together here, Bruce, and it doesn't surprise me that a lot of these names are on here for a multitude of reasons. Maybe this player, in the eyes of the organization, slight overperformance or underperformance on either side of the ball. And definitely a lot of these guys, some injury concerns, maybe bad regular season, better postseason, maybe flipping the script on that. You look at a guy like Alec Boehm in that sense. Lot of different ways that these could all go. I could see some of these guys winning, some of these guys losing. I look at Taylor Ward for the Angels. Had a slow start. Really good the year before in 2022. Slow start to 2023, and then he started to turn on the Jets. Then he got hit in the face, and his season went over. So you go into that meeting, who do you side with there? There's a lot of different ways that could go.
Yeah, I think looking at arbitration and this whole system, it's an interesting one because I think it's an opportunity for teams to really shore up their relationships with players. Some organizations do a great job of that. For instance, the Dodgers wound up coming to agreements with every one of their arbitration-eligible players, and we've seen in the past how it can irk some guys. I know last year I remember seeing Corbin Burns didn't wind up coming to an agreement with the Brewers, had to go to a hearing, and then he was pretty upset about it heading into spring training. I remember some interviews where he was making it pretty evident that he wasn't happy with the Brewers because often it comes down to splitting hairs and pinching pennies over some of the best players in organizations. And I think Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is an example of that. When you look at a guy who's one of the faces of your franchise and you're willing to go to a hearing just to save $2 million potentially in paying him, that's the kind of thing that definitely could rub players the wrong way, and I don't especially blame them. This is, just one of the things that gets down to the ground level of it's always a business first. But yeah, some big names that are going to be going to arbitration, and you never know. You have to watch all these players and see whether any kind of trade rumors could happen. The Marlins are potentially shopping Luis Ariz. I saw a report on that today. But all these guys, as soon as they start to get to where they're going to be making some more money, there's a certain crop of organizations around baseball that their first instinct on that is not only to try and save as much money as they can and pay those players as little as they can, but also then to try and move them. So we'll have to see what happens with this group of players heading to arbitration.
Bruce, I want to play a quick little game with you. Let me know if you'd rule in favor of the player or the team. We're going to start with Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Let's do it. Do you have the figures in front of you of what they're going to be asking?
Don't have the exact numbers. If you're correct about that $2 million different price point, where do you think? Personally, I'm going to go with the team.
Yeah, I think that I would have to rule with the team. Guerrero hasn't quite been exactly what his prospect status a few years back projected him to be. He's still been a really quality major leaguer, and so that's where you kind of have to pump the brakes on all those kind of prospect rankings because a team will always take a player like Guerrero coming up through the minor leagues. I don't know if he's worth $20 million right now. But yeah, that's an interesting one to see what happens there.
What do you got for Luis Ariz?
Luis Ariz, I think that I wouldn't be surprised if he winds up winning that hearing. Without seeing the exact numbers in front of me, I would just have to say Ariz was one of the best hitters in the major leagues last year. Really had his coming out party, winning the batting title in the National League, and was flirting with that 400 mark for a good part in the beginning of the season. So I wouldn't be surprised if he winds up winning.
I'm going to keep it in the organization. I think this is one of the tougher ones on the board. We're going to go Jazz Chisholm Jr.
Jazz Chisholm's an interesting one for sure. I don't think last year was the big leap up in production that he was hoping for. I wouldn't be surprised if that hearing winds up going to the team.
I'll give you two more. We'll go with Jonathan India.
Jonathan India. That's a really interesting one to watch because this is another guy that's been connected in trade rumors pretty often. India's weird player to look at. He's going to wind up being a DH moving forward, I think, more than he can play infield. One of the worst defensive infielders in the major leagues, and I think that's something that could really hamper him in not only these hearings, but also on the trade market. He just can't play a good second base, and I think that might wind up making the arbitration hearing rule with the Cincinnati Reds.
And to close out the round, we'll end with Taylor Ward of the Angels.
Taylor Ward, another interesting one. I think that I wouldn't be surprised if it winds up going to him. He had a really, really great year last year before he wound up having that face injury like you mentioned, and I think he deserves to get paid. Yeah, that was a fun little exercise. I appreciate that. Next, I think we'll move on here. Got 15 minutes left in the show, and there's still plenty of rumors to tackle in the rest of free agency. We'll dive right into it. Blake Snell, sounds like per reports by John Heyman and others, is heavily in discussions with the Yankees. Sounds like that he had a 5-year, $150 million contract that Snell denied. This has been an interesting free agency to watch for Blake Snell. He's a Scott Boras client, so he's looking for the most amount of money that he can possibly get coming off his second career Cy Young award. I think that Blake Snell is probably aiming for $200 million, and the question is whether any team will match that.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question. I think 150 for 5, really competitive offer. Apparently the reports you want a little more money or another year on that deal, so potentially that could put him in maybe the 180 range. We'll see. Maybe he doesn't hit that 200 mark, but I think a really competitive offer, and I think that money they gave Stroman earlier on, Yankees are definitely still in the competition for this. It'll be interesting to see if they throw him that little extra bag. Haven't heard a lot of other teams in the mix. Seems like the Angels might have been in there a little bit, but seems like those discussions have fizzled out. Haven't heard anything about that in a week or so. So Snell, bit of a toss-up. Really, the Yankees, the only ones in contention, want to pay up that big money, but Snell wants even more than that. It's a big question to see where he'll go.
Yeah, the Giants, another team that have been pretty connected to Blake Snell throughout this process, but with their signing of Jordan Hicks today, I think that you can probably assume that they're not going to be in the forefront of these negotiations anymore unless something changes. But you mentioned a kind of 6-year, $180 million range for Blake Snell. I think that's where he winds up. It seems like teams are pretty hesitant to pay Cy Young caliber money, keep it where he'll wind up with a $30 million-ish AAV. But I don't think any teams are going to go over 6 years, and that'll kind of put him in that $180 million range. I don't think the 200 is a mark that he'll wind up hitting, but, I mean, you never know. With Scott Boras as his agent, you can never count anything out, so we'll have to see what develops there with Blake Snell. The Yankees definitely at the forefront of his negotiations right now, I would say.
Yeah.
Another free agent, Jordan Montgomery, another southpaw on the market. His market's been interesting to watch. I don't know if the Rangers are still looking to pony up the amount of money that he's going to get. I think right now, especially with how Blake Snell's market has failed to develop like I think some people expected it to, and Montgomery's seems to be going pretty good. It'll be interesting to see which one of these two guys winds up getting more money. I would think it'll be Blake Snell, but I wouldn't totally count out Montgomery winding up somewhere in the just below $200 million range. There's a lot of teams that are looking for a big impact lefty, and Montgomery definitely fits that bill.
I would personally be shocked if he hits $200 million. I think he's not worth as much as Snell. Snell's got more in his track record. There is the big postseason Montgomery just had, but your team's got to get there first to even give him that opportunity. I feel like he's more like a 120, maybe 150 on the very high end type deal. I just saw a report that the Phillies are apparently out on Snell as well. It seems like there almost might be a bit of a market collapse for these two guys.
Yeah, there's been a couple players that we've seen that, both Boras clients, because Cody Bellinger is another player that I want to shift topics to now here. Bellinger, like I said, both Boras clients, and both guys have had similar kind of markets where the main suitors have gone after other players at their positions. The Giants going after Jung-Ho Lee, no longer really need Bellinger. The Toronto Blue Jays brought back Kevin Kiermaier, no longer really need Cody Bellinger. I think that the Cubs still make sense for Bellinger, but I don't know for sure how much money they're looking to spend. And yeah, both guys, Snell, Bellinger, it's tough to really see exactly if there's any team that's really going to meet the price that Scott Boras is going to be looking for both of those players.
Yeah, touching on Bellinger, I personally really hope he goes back to the Cubs. We talk about all these guys, it almost seems like the lack of market that's happening. It's really speaking to the bigger picture of this whole offseason. We had all those big dominoes fall with Yamamoto and Ohtani, and then Glasnow going to the Dodgers and Hernandez going to the Dodgers. it almost it gives me a lot of vibes if you look to the NBA of what we had with the Warriors when they picked up Kevin Durant back in 2016, 2017. It seems like a lot of their other teams, they just gave up trying. And now these markets are not developing for these players. And a lot of them, Boris clients that want real high money that can hinder your team from making any other additions if you really want to compete with the Dodgers or the Braves, these teams at the very top end of the MLB spectrum. It's almost a little concerning. But, it worked out for the NBA, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
The good thing is, you always have to keep in mind with baseball, there's no guarantees about anything. The Dodgers could win 115 games next year and then get swept in the division series again. You just never know. That's the beauty of baseball. And but it is something interesting to watch for sure. Whether teams are taking their feet off the gas a little bit, if they look at teams like the Dodgers, teams like the Braves, and say, hey, we might not really be World Series contenders at this point. Let's let up on the spending a little bit. There's no salary floor, no salary cap in baseball, so it's really all up to the owners how much money they want to spend, and that definitely seems to be something that could be a possibility where owners are looking at their teams and saying, if we can't really feel like we're in a great spot to win the World Series this year, let's not hand out contracts that are going to wind up hurting their pocketbooks but not really do a ton on the field. One thing I do think is important to keep in mind, though, with both these guys, Scott Boras clients typically take forever to sign. So even though it feels like with each day that goes by, it might be a holdup on the market, and that those two guys in Bellinger and Snell might have an even harder time in signing. It's not the first time that a Boras client has waited super long to sign. It might not even be done until midway into spring training, for all we know. But both those guys should still wind up with nine-figure contracts, whether it winds up being 150, just shy of 200 million. Bellinger, I don't think will get 200 million either, but you never know. Both those guys, if a team winds up feeling desperate for a starting pitcher for a bat, because the trade market is also something to watch here too, especially on the starting pitching front. There's guys like Dylan Cease, maybe Shane Bieber, that are still out there that if a team strikes out on either one of those guys, might pivot and say, hey, we're just going to go pay what we have to get Blake Snell to make sure we get a starter. So there's still a lot to develop with both these markets, and we'll have to see which teams wind up coming out and deciding that they really want to spend the chunk of change both those guys are going to get.
Yeah, I agree. It's surprising to see how this market's developed. I thought after the big fishes were off the table in December that all the dominoes would just come crashing down. To the Boras point, they do take forever to sign, but I'm a little worried about the amount of free agents. Usually there's maybe one or two guys that are holdouts to that mid-January, early February type period. There's a lot of talent still on the board, which is very interesting. You don't see that very often going this late into January.
I agree. It's felt like a weird market this year where it seems like the same batch of teams are kind of connected to everybody, and there's been plenty of teams that I feel like we just haven't heard much from on really anybody, on any free agency, on any trade front. There's been a lot of teams that are just kind of dormant, even if they made a couple moves real quick early into the off season, and then they've just kind of shut down and not really doing much, not really involved on more players from here on out. On that front, I wanted to talk about Dylan Cease. I just mentioned him a little bit ago here with multiple teams all in the market for starting pitching. At this point, Cease's market not really developing how it sounds like the White Sox and Chris Getz expected it to. And now it sounds like some of the reports that are coming out, the White Sox might wind up holding on to this guy and hoping something happens at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I saw that they declined Atlanta Braves package that included multiple top prospects. That's really interesting to see that they didn't move Cease for a deal like that. It just feels like one big standoff. The whole league feels like it's just one big standoff. We're all with the mid-level right now. Nobody wants to pull the trigger on somebody because I feel like a lot of these guys, you look at, Cease, Snell, Bellinger, Montgomery, I feel like they're all in the same tier of player. They're not tier 1 guys, but they're tier 2, high-end tier 3.
Yeah, I agree. It has a weird feel around baseball right now. The Cease market is a great example of that. Multiple teams all in on him. We've seen him connected to the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Orioles, the Dodgers might still be possibilities there. You never know. It just seems like that a lot of teams kind of sticking together at their prices. The White Sox not willing to budge on their asking price. I do think that if the White Sox wind up carrying Cease into the season, in my opinion, that would be a mistake. His value is not ever going to get any higher than it is right now. And right now he's only 1 year removed from being that 2022 ace, certified caliber pitcher. He struggled a little bit more last year, still a lot of good peripherals, and Cease was still a quality arm, but not quite the 2022 guy. If he comes out in 2024 and struggles again in that first half of the season, I wouldn't be surprised if his trade market really crashes in terms of the value that the White Sox could get back. And there is a big difference between 2 years of team control and only a year and a half. So I think the White Sox really need to do everything they can to trade him right now. And who knows, they still could fully plan on that, and all these comments about we might hold on to him might just be a leverage play. But I really think that the White Sox are going to need to focus all of their attention here on Dylan Cease. This team's not going to be competing in these next 2 years while Cease is under team control, and they could get back an absolute haul for him if they do this the right way. And I think the way to do it right is to trade him right now.
Yeah, I could agree. It all could just be smoke screens, but they definitely got to make this deal now. Absolute best case scenario, if they don't make the trade now, is Cease returns to form to his 2022 thing, and they trade him at the deadline when he's got like a 1.9 ERA going into the All-Star break. Then I think maybe you can get the same type of return as you can right now. But do you really want to roll those dice?
Exactly, and that's a big maybe there. That it's certainly a possibility. I might even say that it's not even an unlikely thing that Cease could come out next year and be that ace again, but it's still not a guarantee. Right now, if you trade him, you know exactly what you can get, and his value won't get any higher than it is right now. Even if he pitches great again, that half a season of team control does such a damage that the market might return back to what you could get right now. So why not just trade him right now? I think that's what they have to focus. That's what they have to do. And it's just going to be about which team finally makes an offer that is good enough for the White Sox to pull the trigger on.
Yeah, and just to keep adding layers on this whole jam up we've got, I know you've got some feelings about Shane Bieber.
Yeah, I'm not huge on Shane Bieber. There was a report today from Bleacher Report that said that the Guardians are very unlikely to wind up moving him this offseason. Bieber's a guy that I look at. He's got 1 year of team control left. Any team that made a move for him would know what they're getting and that he'll, fill innings. They'll be decent enough innings, but I would be afraid, looking at it from my own perspective, that if you trade for Shane Bieber, I think that you're going to have to give up a package that is like trading for a potential ace or at least, a number 2 kind of starter. And I'm not so sure if Shane Bieber is that guy right now with only 1 year of team control remaining. I think that if I were a team, I would sit back on him and I would wait until the deadline, because if he comes out next year and all of a sudden has a resurgence in velocity, his strikeout numbers jump back up to where they were in that 2020 Cy Young season, something like that, then you could go after him at the deadline, and while you'd only get a half a season then at that point of Bieber, the price wouldn't be too big for that rental kind of agreement, and you'd know exactly that you're getting the ace caliber guy. What I'd be afraid of right now is that if you make a move for him and part with some of the best prospects in your system, and then he gets to your team and he's throwing 90 miles an hour and, giving you production that's equivalent to a number 4 starter, I don't know if that's really worth making the move for right now.
Bruce, all this talk about starting pitchers just really reinforces my personal notion of I think that's the scariest position in the MLB. The scariest position to buy into, to get players for. I can't trust a thing until I see it actually happening in front of me with these guys.
Those pitchers, whether it's starters or relievers, there seems to be so much variance nowadays where you can go from a guy being just excellent at one moment to just struggling at the next. And that's where I think you see the value of the real top guys like the Dylan Ceases, like the, Tyler Glasnows has really gone through the roof, because there just aren't that many of them anymore that that it's a guarantee that you're getting ace level or closer level production from them. There just aren't that many guys like that anymore, and that's where the value of those players has really, really increased to a pretty big level.
Yeah, completely agree. I think with the people we have left on the market, I trust these guys more than I don't. Shane Bieber probably at the bottom of that list, but Snell, Montgomery, Cease, I trust these guys more than I don't. I think they're above that tier, right below where I'd say that could be a hit or miss. I wouldn't want to buy into that area, like a John Gray type deal.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of these teams should still go for it, but we'll see how it shakes out. Maybe something changes next week, but not a lot of motion.
Yeah. Josh Hader's another one there with his market. Seemingly, he's asking for a record-breaking closer contract. It doesn't seem like any teams are really even considering giving him that, of a contract north of $100 million. I think Hader winds up signing for something in the range of $75, $85 million, somewhere in there. But that's another market that just doesn't seem to be moving too well, because, flat out on the relief pitching side of things, teams would rather pick up whether it's a starter that they convert to the bullpen, whether it's someone from their minor league system. There's a lot of ways to fill innings out of the bullpen and rely on some quality innings, and they're just easy to find where you're not going to have to pay $100 million. And Josh Hader's the best closer in the game, but it's still just an interesting thing to look at. Teams just don't want to pay for relief pitching anymore, and Hader's market is struggling because of that.
I completely agree, Bruce. I'd rather pay for 3 $7 million a year guys than one $20 million player like Josh Hader.
Exactly, yeah. Well, I think that's going to do it here for our discussion in this episode. Thank you so much for joining us, and make sure we'll be back on the air next week, so you make sure to be here for that. Make sure to follow our socials, 22 West LB and 22 West Sports LB on Instagram, 22 West LB on Twitter. I'm bnicholas7 on Instagram and Twitter. Garrett_Novak on Instagram, Garrett Novak on Twitter. Once again, I'm Bruce Coons here with Garrett Novak, Kaylee Gallagher producing. Thank you so much for joining us. See you next week.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections.